Hello. Well. We are getting started. Let me open up my YouTube. Get a link down. Streaming live. Let everybody know. Streaming live. Add everybody. Notification. Add everyone. Streaming live and taking calls. Okay. What have we been doing? Well, I'm playing RuneScape. Give me a sec. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Hello. Scaly Boy says first. Hello. Hello. Welcome. How you doing? Turn that down a little bit. There we go. Wait. Favorites. BKP. Okay. Well, we're just waiting for calls. We'll probably watch some videos. We'll watch some videos. Let's take a look here. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Maybe I should just jump straight into the videos while we wait for calls. Yeah, let's jump straight into the videos. Video review. Let's do it. All right. We got a debate with modern day debate of Rachel Wilson. And I'm just going to be honest with you. Club's turning it up on a Tuesday. Hey, yo, true. All right. Let's do a Rachel Wilson video and see how we feel.
Do you understand how you can possibly have feminism in a world?
Let me get it. Let me adjust this. See where my VLC is at. Rainbow. Rainbow is here. Hello, Rainbow. Hi. Now let's get VLC up. Where's VLC? VLC. I could have sworn I had you here. VLC? No? All right, new scene it is. Window capture. It's going to be add new window capture. It's going to be VLC. VLC.exe. Wee. Ooh. Okay. Do not forget to hit that like button. Agreed. All right, let me turn off the RuneScape music. And why is that not showing? We're going to figure that out in a second. We're going to call it, let's rename it real quick. Call it VLC. That name is already in use. Okay, well then VLC2, I guess. VLC2. Okay. And let's set it to where it's doing the proper capture method. There it goes. All right, everybody. Let's watch some Rachel Wilson while turning off my RuneScape music and sounds for that matter.
If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'll just ask for time.
I'll ask my question after you're done.
Because if I interrupt you, it's a big problem, but apparently I can't speak. I need to participate.
What is it with right-wingers and like always bringing in meta? It's always meta because they have no arguments. They just have the meta of a conversation, right? I keep getting interrupted every single time, dude. They can never actually have a discussion. It's impossible. It just goes straight into meta every time. But hey, tell you what. Did you know you could probably prevent all theft by murdering all humans. You guys are probably asking, why is First Amendment saying that you can prevent all theft by murdering all humans? Well, it's kind of like the solutions that Rachel Wilson has regarding, like, I don't know, getting men paid more or whatever. And like going back to, she just doesn't want to work. I don't know what it is. She just hates people that have autonomy. And so her solution is that all women need to be like stay-at-home mothers, and you're like a bad person if you don't do that. So yeah. Anyway, let's listen to this nightmare.
In order for this to be a conversation, Kyla, Pakistan's economy sucks so bad, even though the birth rate is high, is because they are a Muslim nation with the highest rate of inbreeding in the world.
Oh, I forgot brown people. How did I not think of that?
Racism.
Your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's almost all women. It's like 88% women.
Not going to deal with the Gulfs, though.
There's
We're just going to run from that one. I'll just come back to it. It's fine. I'll write it down.
You have to hear.
I'll write it down. It's okay, James. I'll write it down.
Adderall.
Rachel, famous biologist here, by the way, knows a lot about CRISPR, I'm sure. Did you know that that's what the technology is called, by the way? It's CRISPR. Yeah.
Thanks,
Dude,
Mrs.
gender
Turner.
theory is the most
baby girl, you're going to love when I go through
I don't
your...
think you understand what meta is, Merk. If you think that discussing gender is meta.
Book,
I
okay?
love when she educates me.
All right.
It's my favorite.
When did Hypatia... Who's Hypatia, by the way?
Isn't Hypatia an illness? Isn't that like a thing? Hypatia.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Maine First Project, fighting to put Mainers first.
Sorry.
Check out mainfirstproject.org.
Neoplatonist philosopher.
Huge thanks to Revival of the Anointed's Rule, equipping Christians to fight for biblical...
All right, hold on. All right, guys. If there was any doubt as to whether or not that modern day debate is biased, this is it. Did you have any doubt, guys? Because rest all doubt down. They're officially sponsored by evangelical Christian organizations. How are you a neutral debate platform if your sponsorship is a oh my God, dude, fuck this. Who is Revive the Roar? Let's pull it up. ReviveTheRoar.org. Guys, I didn't make that up. The website's offline. So sponsored, but also can't get a website, I guess. Literally the website's offline. They don't even know how to vertically align something, it appears. But yeah, it appears that it is in fact offline. Oh, darn.
Values through policy victories. Check out revivetheroar.org. This debate may melt faces, but before we get into it, these conferences are only possible thanks to our sponsors. I am thrilled to introduce you to Mike from Roar. Thank you very much, Mike, for being a sponsor of DebateCon.
Thank you so much, James.
Sponsor of DebateCon.
Thank you.
If you want to hang out with a bunch of right-wing Christian chuds, go to DebateCon. Who wants to get yelled at by a bunch of right-wing Christian chuds in person? Imagine the smell, chat. Imagine the smell.
It's time.
It's got to be a Smash Brothers tournament in there, bro.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. I can't tell you how much. Last time you heard me speak, most of you probably did, I told you about how the separation of church and state was making Christians whisper. Now let me just tell you, because we're whispering, we're transing kids, we're marrying gays, we're aborting babies, we're indoctrinating kids in schools instead of teaching them. The list goes on and on.
Yep.
That's what happens when Christians advocate their vote. When some Christians will say that you shouldn't use Christian values as part of your vote, that's what happens. That's why we need to roar. Roar is doing it one congregation at a time all across the country. Follow me on X. That's Revive the Roar on X. One of these two people actually do follow me, so that's pretty cool. I'll let you guess which one. And revivetheroar.app. Revivetheroar.app. Come talk to me in the back.
Yeah, I wonder if the one that's like
fun.
indoctrinated by Christians, could that one be the problem? Could that be the one? Good
Check
God.
out Roar and Main First Project at the back table there. And with that, we're going to get into our debate. If you haven't already, please do silence your phones so there are no distractions. Also, for our debate, is feminism doing more good or more harm?
This is the same exact debate prompt that I had to deal with. Is feminism doing more good than harm? And I just don't understand why we act as if that women deserving equal rights is doing harm. Is there anybody that actually empirically believes that? Not these fucking freaks like Rachel Wilson that want to take away her own rights, but like actual like academic research. Like seriously, come on, it's ridiculous.
To start by introducing Rachel, as she will go first. Rachel Wilson is an author and cultural commentator whose fearless research challenges conventional narratives about feminism, women, and family. Please join me in welcoming
she is
Rachel
a religious
Wilson.
Extremist. Everybody, welcome Rachel Wilson, proudly advocating against her own.
And on your left, we are pleased to welcome Kyla, also known as Not So Erudite. She is a thoughtful commentator who brings psychology, social science, and careful analysis to debates about gender and culture. Please join me in welcoming Not So Erudite.
I'm just saying we should just get rid of our inalienable rights. Isn't that so much to ask?
All right, I am setting the timer for 5 minutes.
God, dude, look at this guy on the right here. Get chat, we need to talk about this guy on the right. This guy on the right is wearing a Crucible hat. This guy has paid for, actually, you know what? Can I actually play this video on Chrome? I can. I don't need VLC. Chat. VLC is not necessary. Shit. I should have saved the time. I'm sorry. Hold on, let me see here. Where are we? Like 2-3 minutes in? Yeah, bro, we got to talk about this guy, bro. Who is this guy? Oh, the page marker doesn't work. Dang. I thought that I was going to be able to get it to work. That's okay. But look at it. Dude, imagine the smell. Imagine what it would be like sitting next to this guy, dude. You could see that he clearly does not make any attempt to, clean his face. But hey, who am I, to...
And with that, I have the timer set for you, Rachel. The floor is all yours for 5 minutes.
James, Kyla said she's okay with 7 minutes. I probably won't need the full 7, but just thought I would let you know that. I'm probably just going to go a pinch over 5.
You got it.
All right, so is feminism doing more harm than good? I'm going to say, of course, that I think it's doing more
so
harm.
much harm.
Let's
it's
take a brief
Satanism.
review of what we've gotten so far from feminism and its 6 pillars of propaganda. So feminism inverted the Western social order
position is in
roughly
propaganda,
one
though, right?
century through its 6 primary pillars, and a 7th that I'm going to introduce to you today. We've got sexual liberation, abortion, vilification of men, no-fault divorce, demonization
Where is
of
the
tradition,
vilification of men? Just FYI, there is no vilification of men in feminism, just so you're aware. Feminism just argues the equality of men and women. So no, you don't vilify. And if there is like a feminist who is vilifying men, which I'm sure there's like crazy people in every like movement, that is not something that is representative of the movement. The movement just argues for the equality of men and women. And anyway,
and either rejection or reinvention of Christianity. Tonight, I'm going to focus on the measurable results
Let's see. Hold on. We've got Blaster Master who says, I've known James for a very long time. That guy that runs these debates, he's goofy. Dude, please tell me about him. I would love to know more about him.
These pillars and introduce the 7th, what I call the she-economy. So if we look at family structure collapse since feminism became the dominant political ethos
because women get to choose to leave.
We've got
they end
40%
up leaving.
of
No
children
way.
in the United States no longer living with both married biological parents. In 1945, that number was only 10%. Children living without both
Mind you,
married
it doesn't address. It says here, 40% of U.S. children do not live with both biological parents. Yeah, I wonder why. Why would so many women leave? Has that ever dawned on you guys why like a group of people would decide to leave like that? Could it be because they were unhappy in their marriage? Should they be forced to stay in the marriage despite the fact that they are unhappy? Really? Like, come on. We're getting a phone call. Man, so quick. So quick. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Mender, it's Merk. How you doing?
Hey, Merk. What you want to talk about?
Real quick on the feminism topic, it got me thinking about something that when I was like in college, working at like Home Depot. So, look, I just as a preface, I would never argue that men and women should be treated differently in terms of workplace or government laws, etc. But
so you're a feminist.
Well, hold on. There's this weird thing where like when I was at Home Depot, there'd be women who'd have the same jobs as men, right, and be paid the same, but they were never like, if you had to go lift concrete, right, even though you had the same job, it was never, the woman never had to go do it, and they would get mad if they got asked to do it, right? Shit like that. And that does, like, there is a thing where it seems like women will only want equality in high-paying, white-collar jobs in a lot of ways. Like, you don't hear women arguing that they want equal rights in being brick builders or laborers or something like that.
What if it's a weak man?
What's that?
What if it's a weak man?
Well, then they would be told that they don't fit the job description.
Okay. So if the difference is the fact that they're weak and not the fact that they're women.
Right, but if you told a woman that she couldn't do this job because it requires heavy lifting, that would be seen as being some kind of discriminatory.
No. The problem isn't the fact that they're a woman. The problem is the fact that they are physically weaker.
Yeah, but women are inherently weaker.
I'm sure there's some women that are very, very strong, much stronger than me.
What percentage
right?
is that?
So, like, if a woman is strong
ridiculous argument,
and they could do the job, then they could do it.
All I'm saying is,
I'm saying it has nothing to do with them being a woman, right? Do you see my point? It has to do with being weak.
Have you ever heard women talking about anything other than jobs that basically, the argument is that people say that it's a lot about power. Women only want jobs that are in government, in education, in health. It's always the only time you ever hear about feminism is in white collar situations, well-paying white collar jobs. And I'd love an example of when you don't. If you could give me one.
Okay. Feminism in blue collar situations.
Without having to Google it.
Well, wait, but you were asking for an example, and I mean, I can't come up with one off the top of my head, but I'll give you one.
That's sort of my point, because it's that rare. I'm sure you can Google
feminism in blue collar trade centers on opening high-paying manual labor jobs for women, fighting workplace harassment, and changing the daily culture of male-dominated environments. This is from Surface. It's from Syracuse University. Looks to be. Is this a trades?
No,
degree?
It's Syracuse University is education, right?
Huh?
It's an upper education. Syracuse University isn't an upper education university.
It turns out that there are efforts for allowing blue collar women to work.
Right. I mean, okay, fine. Syracuse University posted something. Well, what is it called?
I'm saying there's instances where they try to get more women to work in blue collar jobs, and you were saying that wasn't the case, but that clearly is the case.
Well, that's not an example. You just posted something that Syracuse University said is a good idea.
It is an example.
That's not a job. You didn't give me a job.
Do you need a specific job?
I would love to see a BuzzFeed article about women wanting better rights in manual labor jobs.
When women demanded access to blue-collar jobs. This is from Literary Hub. In 1993, New York City Fire Department issued a curious order, namely that no pictures could be taken of Brenda Berkman, a 15-year-old veteran in the force, on or off duty, inside or outside the firehouse. This proved to be a one last gasp in the protest against women in what had been all-male to preserve for the department's 117-year history. The fight had started much earlier in 1971. Secretary of Labor James D. Hodges issued an order calling all federal contractors to take affirmative action to eliminate sex discrimination. There you go.
What do you mean? That's because the government is. First of all, she's 15 years old. Is that what it said?
I mean, it's just one instance. It's the last gasp. But it looks like that there were female liberators.
That was it because she was a minor and because she was a woman? Is that what they're arguing?
It's because they were a woman. It has nothing to do with their minor.
Yeah, I seriously doubt that. I'm going to look that article up right now.
Why do you doubt that women fought for blue-collar jobs?
Because they haven't. I'm sorry, they haven't.
They have.
No, they haven't.
All right. Have women fought for blue-collar jobs? Let's take a look here. So we have 19th century labor protests. Female textile workers in Lowell, Massachusetts, formed in Lowell.
No. I don't want to hear about in the 1800s.
In the 1840s.
I don't want to hear about dressmakers
World War
in the
II
1800s.
mobilization. Up to 6 million women entered the civilian workforce, taking on heavy industrial work as steel workers, munition makers, and electricians. And the tradeswomen movement, beginning in the 1970s, activist tradeswomen used legal action and advocacy to demand for access to high-paying male-dominated fields like construction, line worker, and firefighting. Ongoing struggles, legal and workplace barriers, advocates that fought for sex-based wage discrimination and exclusion from union-backed apprenticeship programs, and modern representation. Opinions on Quora and Reddit reflect mixed views on the visibility of these efforts, with consensus that second-wave feminism actively targeted blue-collar integration. Those social stereotypes and workforce harassment remain persistent challenges.
Right. So. Right. So here you go. That's all great.
This dude was sitting there on a nice little life raft, and he's in the middle of the ocean, and it's just sinking right in front of him. And I'm like, hey man, do you want to get on my side now, or do you want to stay on that sinking lifeboat?
When a recent Pew study asked how many women would like to do blue collar jobs, only 8 to 12% said that they had any interest in working any kind of skilled labor whatsoever.
That wasn't your argument.
I'm just saying that's
your argument earlier was that
let me
feminists
rephrase
never
my
fought
argument.
for blue-collar jobs, but they did.
On a macro level, women do not fight
Merk,
for.
I need you to acknowledge that, right? Because we're acting in good faith, right? Your original claim, your goalpost shifting. Your original claim was that feminists never fought for blue-collar jobs.
No, I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
I never said that. You really think that I said every single woman ever?
You said,
are you kidding me? You really think that's what I meant?
For blue-collar jobs. And then I showed you that feminists have fought for blue-collar jobs.
You know, I meant on a macro level. Would anybody argue that there isn't some instances of somebody fighting for something anywhere? Are you crazy? You know that's not what I meant. That's bad faith.
I don't know what you're expecting out of me, man, at this point. I feel like I've made my position, and we know
I accept your position, and now I'm arguing back.
In blue-collar spaces. So what is your point? Should we let's presume that not a single woman has ever argued for blue-collar positions, only higher positions. Do you believe that women should not be equal?
No, I just think that I just think there's a certain pathology behind it about power and about there's this.
Should women and men be equal?
Yeah, of course.
Then they should also.
Right, but then why aren't they equally represented if they want to be there? Why aren't they equally represented in high-skilled trades?
I don't even think most men want to be doing manual labor. I don't think anybody wants to do manual labor. I'll be honest with you. That's not a man-women thing. It's just the fact that it's harder to do. And it pays like shit.
You would argue that men don't want to be electricians or plumbers that get paid $100 an hour?
Most men would rather do not manual labor.
Right. Okay. Well, that's
just people in general.
My greater argument is that
easier jobs as opposed to harder jobs, right?
Right. So let's, so if Right. So it's all. I guess I would just wish that we could acknowledge
It's like
that
a human thing.
this is
not
all
really
about.
a woman-man thing, right?
Right. But it's
Yeah.
it's all about it's all a big power game. Is it like?
No, it's just advocating for men and women to be equal. That's it. That's what feminism is. A lot of people think that it's all sorts of different nonsense. It's
Well,
just,
who
it's
says
just,
feminism is
you're
just that,
total.
you?
It's a total No, it's not. Who says that? Me. It's what the academics show. It's what the entirety of the feminist movement shows throughout its entire history. It advocates for the equality of men and women. That's it. That's the entire thing. All of it. First, second, third, fourth wave feminism all advocates for that.
All right.
So when someone says that they're an anti-feminist, right? What that means is that they are advocating against the equality of men and women. And so I'm curious, like,
no, I'm not arguing.
You've said it multiple times that you believe that men and women should be equal. Great. You're a feminist.
But all I'm asking is, how am I supposed to feel when I am working at Home Depot and women has the exact same job as me, but they're never made to do the difficult jobs? I just want to know.
College degree, sucker, sucks the suck.
I was in college, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Go back to college.
Are you serious? That's your answer? That's your bourgeois answer?
If you want to
serious?
avoid manual labor, unironically, a college degree.
I have a college degree.
It's true. You think women don't have to do manual labor? They got to do manual labor all the time.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
You tell.
What do you think? What do you think a waitress is? What do you think a nurse is? What do you think?
Right.
Do you think that these are not manually demanding jobs?
How are you supposed
crazy?
to feel in that situation? Is all I'm asking. How are you supposed to feel? So women want equal rights and they want to be seen as, but when it comes to doing a hard task, then they get upset.
I agree with you that there's like physical limitations to most women comparison to a lot of men. That's fine.
Then why should they get paid the same?
That's a physical limitation question, not a man-woman problem. Do you see the problem? Because there could be strong women.
It is when women are weaker than men on a macro level. Don't tell me they aren't. Okay, but we're talking about on an individual basis.
Merk, we're talking about people on an individual basis.
You're not talking about people on an individual basis.
I'm talking about it on an individual basis.
Do constantly.
What?
I'm not talking about anecdotal individual people, dude. What does that have to do with anything? You can do anecdotal evidence for anything in life.
Do you think that, okay, let's say, for example, most serial killers are white. Should I discriminate against white people because most serial killers are white?
I wouldn't have a problem with that. And I'm white.
You're not supposed to agree to that insane thing. That's obviously on an individual basis. Not all white people are serial killers.
I think in some instances, you're allowed to
the only reason, do you understand why I brought that up? Did that make any sense? Why I brought that up?
No, because I'm talking about a physical reality of the differences between men and women, and you're bringing up a stereotype.
You're doing the same thing.
So women on a macro level are not weaker than men. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that ever. At any point did I ever say that? In fact, I said the exact
opposite. Then you could extrapolate from that what I said about women getting paid the same but not expected to do physically demanding jobs is a reality.
No, it's a matter of if you're physically strong enough. If a woman is physically strong enough, I don't see a problem with them doing manual labor jobs, right? But if they're not physically
that's not what I'm saying.
Then they don't get hired. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
That's not what I'm saying. That women and men get hired at jobs
Rainbow
like
Ash
that.
Is saying,
Home
I'm
Depot,
probably
for
stronger than this
instance.
caller. How do you feel about that?
What's that?
Rainbow Ash says that they're probably stronger than you.
Who is?
I feel like I'm stronger than you. I'm probably stronger than you.
Is that really where you're going with this?
I think I am stronger than you.
Wow.
Get on camera.
I mean, I would love to. Like, I'm not going to go down the road of insults. That's where you're trying to drag me, right?
How is this an insult?
You're trying to drag me down insults. Why would you say that?
Wait, is it insulting to be weaker?
Yeah, as a man, it is absolutely.
So you were insulting women this whole time?
See, why is it a game of gotchas? Like, why do you do this?
It's not
like,
a game
you don't
of
want to have a good
gotchas.
faith discussion.
It's a game of logic. It's making
No, it's
sure
not. It's
that
a
we
game
have
of you
consistent
being like a little
logic
sneaky.
here.
Like, you're sneaky like that, dude. Why do you do that?
What? No, it's a hasty generalization. You're
You're like,
generalizing.
I'm just saying. I'm telling you how I feel, and then
I
you use
understand.
sneaky tactics to make me seem
It's
like
not
a like.
sneaky.
Why do
I'm
you do
just,
that?
I'm pointing out the
Yeah,
problem
you
of
are.
your logic.
No. You're
All right,
you're sneaky and you're deceptive.
I'll help you out.
And you're
I'll
the,
help you out. It's very
you're-
simple.
You are
some
Andrew
women are
Wilson,
strong
dude. The same
enough.
person you hate.
Some women are
That's
strong
exactly what he
enough.
does.
Some women are weaker.
You are Andrew. Like, no. Stop. Like,
Okay.
all right, listen.
And
I
so,
can't, like,
so
you
applying
really,
a generalization to women in general and attributing like somehow that they are less deserving of basic rights is kind of silly.
I didn't say that. No, hold on.
It implies it, right? I know you didn't say
My
it,
whole
but it does
point
imply.
is
It's
that
like, hey,
how-
listen, women, they want all the best treatment, but because they won't do the blue collar job, so therefore, obviously, like it implies that women should be treated worse and differently.
How is a man supposed to feel when they get paid the same for the same job, but they are told, "Hey, you got to go do this,"
I don't
but
know,
it's
bro.
never
Get
the
a
women who.
college degree.
That's your answer.
Yep, get a college degree. If you don't want to do manual labor for the rest of your life, get a college degree. Unironically.
No, but why are they getting paid equal then? That's the question.
You wouldn't be getting paid equal. You'd get paid
Yes, they-
more if you got a college degree.
There is this exact problem, and there is a lot of this at these kind of retail stores. Okay,
Yeah.
like why you still haven't given me an answer of how someone's supposed to feel when there's somebody getting paid equally for the same job, but they're told that you have to do it, but this other group of people don't have to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like there's just physical limitations. I mean, they can do other stuff. It's not a problem. This is not an issue.
Yeah, that other stuff is not nearly as demanding or sucks as much.
Okay, but people can, you delegate work. Like sometimes people do things.
Okay,
better
so
than
you're
others.
saying okay, I'm going to do what you. So you're saying discrimination is okay then?
Like take for example, like I'm a systems administrator. I can't do everything regarding networking. I've got one guy that's way better at networking than I am. And sometimes I'm doing a networking problem and I'm like, fuck, I don't know how to do this. Can you help me?
Okay, so we're allowed to discriminate based.
They do the thing that I cannot do. And I'm like, wow, great work. But then, there will be times where, the guy is working on a web server and he has no earthly idea, but I'm really good with web servers. So then I go do that, right? How is it any different for like a woman that's working the same job as you and they can't do as much physical labor as you? Maybe they're better at other things.
So you're saying it's down like a man can be just as weak as a woman, right?
That can happen.
Like it's all down to.
There's a lot of women that are just as strong as me, if not stronger.
So we're allowed to discriminate based on strength now in the workplace?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is that? So if everything's arbitrary, if all distinctions are arbitrary, why can't we discriminate
How is that
based
arbitrary?
on strength?
That's not arbitrary. That's a physical number that you can lift.
Okay, so is race arbitrary then?
That one is, yeah. Race is arbitrary for sure.
There
race isn't arbitrary?
So there isn't differences in people of different ethnic backgrounds? What about age? Can we discriminate by age? What if you're older? Can we discriminate by that?
Discriminate by age. I'm against discrimination by age unless if you're under 18. Then I would definitely discriminate by age. But other than that,
no. But what if they said
if you can do the job, I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so you're allowed to say that so-and-so is younger. He has to go do the more manual jobs, and so-and-so is older just because he's older.
It's usually experience, not necessarily being older.
No. If there's physical labor and there's somebody who's younger and somebody who's in their 60s and they have to go do a physically demanding job, they're getting paid the same for the same job, are you allowed to discriminate and say that the younger person's time to...
Is the 60-year-old Arnold Schwarzenegger and the 16-year-old is a guy that looks like me? Like, I don't... It depends. It depends on the person.
All right. So you're saying all discrimination's arbitrary then, right?
Yeah, fuck you. Well, not all the time, but yeah, a lot of the time. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, then I should say, like, then why can't we discriminate trans people from athletics then? But that's a whole nother topic. But because it's all arbitrary anyway, right? So why can't we discriminate against trans people but in sports? But
that was a pivot. Do you got anything else?
No, I just,
Holy shit.
I'd appreciate you not trying to do underhanded tactics against you, and I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. But
okay,
you know,
but like your
that's all good,
conversation
man.
is like, hey, everybody, women can't do as much physical
That's
labor.
not what I said at all. They're doing it again.
And
That's
so
not what I said at all.
therefore,
Can I rephrase my point before you hang up? Then you can hang up.
go
My
ahead.
point
All right,
was, how is somebody supposed to feel when there's two people getting paid for the same job and they're being told you have to go do a job that obviously sucks more than somebody else because of who you are? That's all I'm saying. In this case, men and women.
Suck it up, Buttercup, and get to work. That's how they're supposed to feel.
Ah, right. Okay, very good. Then I'll accept that as your answer. Have a good one.
Bye. Discrimination in the workplace. By the way, are you guys a member yet of my channel? Or if you're not subscribed, do subscribe. That was a very weird conversation. What was his point? I don't understand his point. Are we going to continue? Let's watch that Rachel Wilson video. Let's get back to it. All right, hold on. Chrome. Okay.
Parents face more than 8 times higher risk of endangerment.
Wait, Rainbow Ash just said something fucking ultra based, saying women should get paid more because we have to work on our period. Yo, true. Imagine like the guys, they come in like, I got a headache. I've got like a tummy ache. Meanwhile, women just chugging it through when they're on their period. That shit's that is so based, bro. That's insane.
Standard maltreatment, which is a fancy term for all types of abuse. We have a fatherless epidemic. So roughly 1/3 of American children live without their biological father. No,
not 1/3 of the children living without their biological father, forcing women to be able to choose who they want to be with. No, we can't have that. No, why can't we stay with the abusive father? It would be a better metric. It should be 100%. Bro, cringe.
Threefold increase over the historical
There's a
norm.
reason why women leave,
they account
bro.
For 90% of homeless
there's
kids,
a reason.
85% of kids with behavioral disorders, 70% of kids in incarceration facilities, and 71% of adolescents in substance abuse treatment centers. Let's look at unmarried births and the welfare trap. In the United States, only about 5% of kids were born to unmarried mothers in 1960. At present, that number is 41%.
Oh, no.
At the same time, we've gone from...
Let's see here. U.S. births to unmarried mothers, 41%. Yeah, like, let me just be honest with you, man. Marriage, a lot of the times it just sucks, bro. There's so many people that are just like stuck in these miserable marriages. And I'm just going to be honest, man. Get married if you want to. Don't let society tell you that you have to get married, especially with the, oh God, we have to get married. Oh my God, we have to. If we don't get married, what would our mom and dad think? Oh no. Oh, society. What would society? Who cares, bro? Just do what you want to do. As long as you love your kid, you take care of your kid. Who gives a fuck if the state knows you're married? Welfare spending. 1950 to 2010, a 14 times increase. Wow. That's so much. That is so much money. Meanwhile, I wonder if is this inflation adjusted? What was the welfare spending? Welfare spending 1950. Let's look this up. Where are they getting these numbers? Let's see. It's probably higher. Yeah, it is, of course, higher. But I don't know where she's getting these numbers from. Like welfare spending. What is this from? This is from the Social Security Administration. So it says 12 to 24 billion, accounting for about 8.2% to 11% of the gross national product. What's the GNP now? Nearly 900 billion. What's the GNP? It says this social welfare entitlement spending surge roughly 14.5. Okay, but like, isn't that a good thing? Like, don't we want more welfare? All right, let's hear how she spins this into a bad thing.
From $50 billion a year in annual welfare spending in 1950 to now $700 billion per year.
Oh no!
That's a 14-fold increase after
there should be
you
less
adjust
welfare,
for
not
inflation.
more.
By 2010, 90% of all cash welfare payments and half of all food assistance went to single mother households.
No.
In 1940.
So hold on. So women, they get the choice to like leave their husbands because their husbands are an abusive prick, and then they end up, gasp, needing the state to feed their children because their children will eventually become taxpayers and functional human citizens. What? No, don't do that. That would be bad. It'd be better if they starve to death.
Only 6% of kids under age 6 had mothers working full-time outside the home. Today, that number is 58%.
That's so much.
So you guys have probably heard all of those kinds of stats from me a lot in the past. But let's talk about the she economy, which is the seventh pillar. And this is really consistent across all Western nations, regardless.
The she economy, guys. Oh boy, here it comes. Feminism did not only transform the social order, it radically transformed Western economies, shifting them from production-based systems that favor long-term stability into a debt-driven consumer economics that prioritize short-term gains. So I think what you're talking about here is actually not driven by feminism, but because when you have a developed economy, it leads to a more service-based industry and not an industrial-based one. And since you seem to be railing on about the 1970s, it has more to do with that than it would have to do with feminism. But whatever, let's listen to the moron talk.
Of what type of systems they have. As soon as feminism is introduced, not only does it transform the social order, it radically transformed Western economies, shifting them from production-based systems that favor long-term stability into debt-driven consumer economies that prioritize short-term gains.
Isn't that like what every single economy does?
Proponents claim that the surge in female labor force participation since the 70s has been good because it expanded the GDP and created two-income households. That view is incomplete. With the election cycle coming up, affordability, housing shortages, inflation, and labor shortages are going to be talked about a lot, so this is a good moment to discuss this. So who actually builds the economy? When we look at GDP across Western nations, men contribute about 60% of the GDP, and women contribute about...
Where's your metric? Where are you getting this? Where does this exist? Men contribution to U.S. GDP... Where are you getting this? U.S. GDP contribution by... I love how it is asking me to check by race. Ew. By sex. Okay, so it says here it's about 1/3 of U.S. GDP. This is from the Center for American Progress. I wonder why that would be the case. Release: a day without women would cost the U.S. about 21 billion GDP. Analysis fine. So let's say, assume it's 1/3. Assume it's 1/3. Let's see. Strike and encourages you to take a day off. Economic growth so vital to the families in the U.S. economy. America must do more to ensure work-family policies fully address challenges of today's working families. Policymakers start by putting up. Oh wow, they're advocating for more working rights. Interesting, but let's see how Rachel Wilson spins that.
About 40%. But if you look per capita, men generate 36% more GDP per capita than women do.
I wonder if discrimination has anything to do with that.
Women own 39% of U.S. businesses now, but they only generate 6.2% of total business revenue.
Oh, no.
Keep that one up here. It's very important.
I wonder if that has anything to do with discrimination,
about 22%
Rachel.
of all women's efforts in the economy are either directly or indirectly subsidized by men. Critical systems remain dominated by men. First world living standards that allow feminism rest on complex physical systems that largely cannot or will not be staffed.
Critical systems remain 85 to 95% male. Where's nursing? Chat, where's nursing? Not seeing nursing. I wonder how long society would do without nurses. What about if women did not have children?
By women.
Let's see where she
Things
goes
like
with
electrical
this.
grid maintenance, water treatment, food production. And a society can survive a temporary shortage of marketing ladies and HR women and kindergarten teachers, but it cannot survive a shortage of power grid technicians or water treatment engineers.
And you know what would happen if there was no men to do those jobs? The women would take over. These jobs are doable by women.
Male labor force participation has fallen to a historic low of 69.5%. So that's almost 1 in 3 men are out of the workforce right now.
Is that actually true? How many men are out of the workforce USA? Yeah, 33% of 67% participation rate. Age 20 or older are out of the workforce, meaning they are neither working nor looking actively for a job. There's tens of millions of men, including all adult age groups, with about 6.8 million prime-aged men outside the labor force. This appears to be on a CNBC article. You know, I'm actually kind of curious, like how many of these people are on disability and how many of them like have money like from parents or whatever. That would probably be my question.
Right now. So what's the labor force cost of abortion? One of the main things that feminists care about. They don't care if they have
By the way, FYI, for anybody who thinks that abortion is like a big fucking problem for society, bro, if you ever want a child, you just try again. It's not the same as like you equate, you know, I don't know, 6 million abortions a year. Therefore, that's 6 million lost in labor force. No, women try again when they're ready. To be honest, like a lot of this stuff is like just lowering teen pregnancy, which is fabulous, by the way. That's a good thing.
every other right. They care about abortion. It's their main measure of women's freedom. We've had 63 million abortions in the U.S. alone since Roe v. Wade. If those children had survived and joined the workforce today, we would have an additional 45 million workers
There'll be
in the
so
U.S.
much
economy.
more
We wouldn't have to import them
workers.
from other nations.
We wouldn't have to import brown people, guys. There's less brown people if you have more babies.
The cost of abortion is 425 times larger than the earnings that the mothers would have lost by carrying the children to term. So yes, women make a little bit more when they don't have kids, but it's not even close to what you'd get if they had children who grew up and joined the workforce. So women's achievements in the economy are subsidized. Men pay roughly 60 to 75% of income taxes. Progressive tax codes mean the top earners, predominantly male, fund the vast majority of public infrastructure, universities, and social programs.
Not enough.
Women get 60% of all higher education dollars because they are the majority of students on campus now.
It's true.
But if you look at fiscal return,
That was actually a very recent thing. That was the one thing that that DEI was successful in performing in getting more women in college and higher education, which is a good thing. We like that.
return on that investment, governments get most of their money back from this smaller pool of male laborers, mostly because they make more money and they work more hours.
Well, actually, if women are getting in higher education, they literally would get paid more. So just FYI.
So it's like a structural transfer where public services, education, and grants that enable women to enter and remain in the workforce are funded disproportionately by male tax dollars. So in conclusion, the irony is that feminism has given us broken homes, fatherless children, rising mental illness, demographic.
Feminism has given us broken homes. Wrong. It would make women more independent. It just allows women to escape abusive households. And so it turns out if you want to keep a woman around, you have to be like not a horrible human being. Let's see. Fatherless children. Yes, that's true. If you're in an abusive relationship, you should 100% leave, which would leave for quote unquote fatherless children. Rising mental illness. Yeah, well, I mean, you can blame the Reagan administration for that, actually. We closed down our insane asylums and stopped providing mental health for people. Demographic decline. Oh, God. Oh, no, not the brown people. And a generation in which nearly 1/3 of Gen Z were aborted before birth. Yeah, and then what happens is that they go out and try again. They can have more babies later on. They just choose to do so at a later date as opposed to when they are a teenager. But then again, Republicans are no stranger to wanting children to get pregnant. The welfare state and the she economy that props up the illusion of the strong, independent woman will collapse precisely because the same policies that empower, despite the fact that the highest quality of living societies are ones that advocate for more equality among the sexes. But hey, you know, who am I to say?
And a generation in which nearly 1/3 of Gen Z was aborted before they could ever be born.
Blaster of a master just saying, wait, isn't she divorced and remarried? Stop, don't. No, the irony.
The welfare state and the she economy that prop up this illusion of strong, independent women will collapse precisely because the same policies that empower women into lower productivity roles have starved the next generation of highly skilled, critical male workers that complex first world systems demand. Feminism has done more harm than good, and the data is not subtle.
Thank you very much for that opening from Rachel Wilson.
I hate women too! I hate women, yes! Yes!
I've got the timer set for you.
Especially that guy with a crucible. Especially that guy. Whoever that guy is, that guy hates women. Imagine walking around and unironically wearing a crucible shirt, bro. Imagine being like, yeah, that's what I'm going to wear. The crucible is so cool.
45 seconds. The floor is all yours. We'll start it on your first word.
Sure. Feminism, I'm sure you guys won't be surprised by what I say, has done more good than harm. At its core,
let's hear a real argument.
Feminism is the extension of a simple moral principle. Women are full human beings entitled to the same basic dignity, liberty, legal protection, and opportunity.
Look how miserable she looks on the right. Fucking... just fucking women being equal. I hate it when people treat me equally. What a clown. Bro. Oh, God.
As men. That principle is not foreign to the American tradition. This nation was built on lofty ideas rooted in Christian theology, in Roman law and Greek philosophy. From those traditions came our understanding of human dignity, citizenship, justice, and government under law. Feminism belongs within that inheritance. Once a society accepts that people possess inherent worth and that the law should protect their liberty, the question of women's rights becomes unavoidable. That is why feminism is necessary. In a nation committed to freedom, some form of feminism is also inevitable.
Who is this lady on the left?
Women do not begin asking for
Anybody know who this lady is?
University, foundation, or political.
It's called Rachel Wilson versus Not So Erudite. Not So Erudite. Kyla Turner is a Canadian online content creator, Twitch streamer, and mental health counselor, known for hosting discussions, political debates, and social commentary on channels like Not So Erudite on YouTube. She's got 114,000 subscribers. Hey, sick. Nice. Based. Boost.
Organization manufactured their dissatisfaction. They encountered the principles their civilization already possessed and asked for those principles to apply to them as well. At the most fundamental, the feminism I am defending is the empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity as something worthy of respect and social value. It does not require women to live in one approved way. It asks that women possess enough security and authority to build lives that reflect their talents, obligations, and convictions. It also insists that motherhood, care, and traditionally feminine contributions should not be dismissed as a lesser form of human achievement. There is an important difference between protection and dependence. A woman whose security...
Let's see. Yes, Rachel Wilson has changed from being a feminist. It's what gives her credibility. So feminism is arguing for the equality of men and women, and Rachel is actively fighting against her own rights, and coincidentally, the rights of all other women for that factor. So while she wants to be, is it a kink? Not everybody shares your kink, Rachel.
Rests entirely upon the goodwill of a father or husband may be safe when that man is good. But human beings are fallible, as we all know. Men can be cruel, negligent, absent, or irresponsible. A legal system should not assume that every woman will always have a benevolent man standing between her and disaster. The ability to own property, retain earnings, receive an education, participate in government, and leave a dangerous marriage are not indulgences. They are safeguards against the ordinary failures of human character. Feminism did not invent abuse. It didn't invent abandonment. It did not create unhappy marriages. It gave women greater
ability
power to survive
leave
circumstances that already existed. Nor did feminism suddenly cause women to begin working. Women have always worked. I'm sure Rachel will probably agree with me on this. Their labor took place on farms, inside family businesses, in factories, and within the home. Poor women rarely had the luxury.
Blaster Master saying she's a pick-me. Isn't that what they call it? Yep, that's exactly what they call it. Rachel Wilson is only able to establish any level of competency or even being taken to any seriousness by basically going against her own sex, which then gets a bunch of right-wing chuds really, really horny. They're all over this audience, as judged by the guy wearing a Crucible shirt and being overweight. But hey, you know, imagine the smell, guys. I'm sure the smell of victory is just upon you.
Of avoiding work altogether. The major transformation was not simply that women entered the workforce. It was that more women could prepare for sustained careers. Education became an investment in a future rather than an accomplishment expected to end at marriage. Women could develop the talents that earlier societies often ignored or confined in a very narrow range of uses. Society gained enormously from that change. Women became doctors, scientists, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and public officials in far greater numbers. Their intelligence could serve institutions beyond the household without ceasing to benefit their families or communities. None of this means that every feminist has been smart or wise. Some feminists have treated motherhood as a burden rather than a vocation.
First Amender, what is the definition of a pick-me? It's somebody that wants attention by saying the opposite of what everybody else is saying. And then other people who are in the disagreement department, I'll go like, see, she agrees with us. Mary Chu is a perfect example of this. It's the Uncle Ruckus of women. Anyway, looks like we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi, I'm Avarice.
Hi, Avarice. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I would like to talk about your, I guess, aggression towards the Crucible staff or Crucible at this event that you're talking about. Right? Now, I just had a few questions, and we can make this as quick as possible. During this event,
Hey,
during the BayCon,
do you have like me on like headphones or something?
No, I'm on a phone.
Speakerphone?
No, I'm on a phone.
Why are you clipping?
I do not know. Here, I'll try to put you in my shock headset. Better?
Hello?
Is that better?
Sound a little more muffled, but it's at least not clipping anymore. So there's that.
I'm not trying to clip. So
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So my question, if I may ask, is do you believe that DebateCon, the things that happen at DebateCon, do you believe that those debates be important?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore. So like the need for like this debate, this is just useless. So just doing this at all is, we shouldn't have even done it at all. No one should have debated. No one should have showed up. Your night should have not showed up. Nobody should have done anything.
No, I just think that like if you want to have like a proper debate space, that it should be like an equal playing field.
Sure,
like
but I mean,
the idea that like modern day debate says that they are like a neutral. It's obvious they're not neutral. They were literally sponsored by Christian fascists.
Well, I'm not here to play who's neutral. I'm here to talk more about just at the event itself.
I'm saying that's the reason why I consider it to be, it's not debates in and of itself. It's the fact that it's a biased debate.
Okay, so you could say that, but I want to get to the actual event itself. Do you think that the people at the event and being there and doing the event, do you think that those things are important?
For modern day debate, I don't think it's important. No.
No, just in debate in general.
I think it's important to debate. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I have a question for you. Out of the left and the right side there, all right, getting all of this stuff set up, all right, and without asking or requesting any fiscal responsibility, what side do you think was the most helpful in participating in just helping?
Are you saying that most of the people there who were helping were right wing?
I'm saying that the people that were helping there was entirely, the people doing it for free was crucible people.
Yeah, it's almost like that y'all have chased off literally every moderate because they don't want to be sitting around with a bunch of right-wing chuds, leaving only you guys to be there. And it's like you're just affirming my position, dude.
We're talking about picking up the table.
Are you okay?
Moving the
Are you all right?
What are you talking about? We're talking about cleaning up the building.
Yeah. So if I imagine, right, if I have 100 people, here, let me help you out, Crucible Boy. I'll help you out. I'll help you out, Crucible Boy. I'll help you out, Crucible Boy. All right, it's really simple. If I have 90, hey, are you there? Are you okay? All right, I have to mute you. What the hell's wrong with you? You okay?
What are you talking about? You're going to mute me?
Yeah, let's try it one more time. Ready? Listen carefully. Okay. If you have 90 Crucible members, Crucible crew people, and 10 people who are on the left, then yeah, it's going to look like a majority of the people helping are Crucible crew people, right?
None of the people on the left helped. They didn't even offer. Okay. No one. I ran the whole show, and not a single one of your side came and offered to help.
And nobody wants to be on the modern day debate on the left lately, dude.
What kind of people don't offer to help?
I'm saying like people don't want to be there with a bunch of right-wing fascists.
No, your people didn't want to do any work. Your people don't.
Just so you're aware, I do work, right? I don't know. I can't speak for other lefties, but for sure I help people out.
I was there in Nashville. Didn't see a person in there.
I don't want to go to the right wing fascist hellhole. The guy and be surrounded by a bunch of Andrew Wilson circle jerkers. See First Amender, the most hated person from the Crucible crew. Okay.
I've been to the Unfuck America tour. Not a single one of them helped at all.
Okay, all right. You were the most helpful. You were the most helpful. Good job. You did.
Well, no, you're saying that's our character, but you're sitting here. None of your guys step up at all. None of the people on your side.
They're not representatives of me.
But they're representative of your side.
They're not representative of me.
Again, they're representative of your side, the culture you represent.
Are there lefties that help other people? Yeah, they do so all the time.
Not from my experience. Not from my experience at any of these events.
You're right. Lefties never help anybody. You're right, dude. Wait, you got me wrong.
Including I lost. The Unfuck America event, your own event.
Man, you got me, dude. They never help. You're right.
Including your own event.
Yeah, you're right. We never help. You're right. Oh, shit. Fuck. If only I believed in Jesus Christ and thought women that were like unequal to men, man, then I would want to help.
Again, you're just filibustering this situation, saying that you.
No, because it's a ridiculous argument. It's stupid. It's a dumb argument. Like, oh, nobody helped, despite the fact it was like 90-1 or 90-10. It's so dumb. What's your point? What's your point, Chud? What's your point, Chud?
My point is that we're better people than you.
Oh, okay. Are you better by the fact that you want to consider that women are unequal to men? Does that make you a better person?
I've never said that women are unequal to men. Why are you putting things in my mouth?
Are women equal to men?
Women have different roles than men.
Are women equal to men?
Men and women have different roles.
Why can't he answer, chat? Is he okay?
Because
are women equal to men? Here, ask me that. Are women equal to men? Yes.
In what?
Women are equal to men. Now it's your turn. Are women equal to men?
Okay, so women are equal to men?
Are men equal to women?
Okay, I got a question. I have a question. If women are equal to men, Well, hold on. You just said this, so now I got a question. You
No,
said they're
no,
equal.
you're not answering any
You
of my,
just
any
said
of my
they're
questions,
equal.
my dude.
Hold
I got to
on.
move
You
on.
just-
If you can't answer a single
Again,
question, are women equal to men?
Again, you're the one that's filibustering. And
Well,
not
you're
the one
just
that's
such a much
answering
better
on my
person,
behalf.
right? You help out all the
You're
time,
one
and
that's
I'm sure you could just
answering
answer this
on my
question on
behalf
women
and-
being equal to men.
Again, you're the one answering on my behalf instead
Jesus
of just
Christ,
making
what a
that statement here.
clown. Chad,
No,
he
I
can't
mean,
do
you're
it.
the fucking clown.
He can't, guys, Chad, he can't answer even one question. I'm asking if women are equal to men. He's like, women are different than men. Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, are women equal to men? And so we're going to see what he says.
Equal in what?
Why can't you answer that question?
I'm asking equal in what? What topic? What category?
It doesn't matter. Are they equal to men? Generally.
Depends on the category.
Generally.
Depends on the category.
Oh my God, cringe. All right. Well, it was good talking to you, Avarice. Enjoy your very lonely, chuddy life.
Oh, yeah. So you're going to continue to mute and run. Yeah.
Oh my God, these people. You can't make this shit up, chat. You can't make these people up. They're actual human troglodytes. Just say no. Just say no. Why don't you just like own up to that you feel that women and men aren't equal? But I'm sure I'm the bad person, right? Okay. Let's go. All right, let's go ahead and continue.
Others have shown hostility towards marriage, religion, men, or femininity itself. I have no interest in defending every slogan produced under the feminist label. A movement that has existed for generations includes millions.
Like, engage, give them a category. Honestly, like if you can't figure out that when I'm saying women are equal to men in terms of rights, because that's what feminism is arguing for, equality of the sexes for rights, then yeah, that's how that works.
Of people who will contain foolishness alongside.
Or I don't know, maybe y'all are too dumb and think that like I'm referring to literally in every single aspect they are equal to men. Like, come on, dude. Are you serious? Actual fucking brain rot here.
Question before us. The question is whether the broad historical movement towards women empowerment, legal equality, education, and political participation has produced more good than harm.
True.
I believe the answer is clearly yes. The
Wasn't it a
anti-feminist
woman
case
that
often
invented X-ray,
gathers
actually?
every modern social problem and places it at feminism's feet. Divorce, failing fertility, loneliness, and declining happiness are treated as the predictable cost of women's freedom. That explanation is far too simple. The same period contained enormous economic and technological upheaval. Industrialization alone altered the household entirely. Urbanization weakened older community structures. Contraception changed family planning. Housing became more expensive, and the economy shifted away from...
Blaster Master saying they're insecure, clearly. Yeah, I mean, they can't own up to the position. Like, they're sitting there calling in on a live show, and it's like, are women equal to men? When you say, no, they're not equal to men, like, that makes you look like an awful human being. And he's sitting there saying, because he helped out with the chairs, that makes him a better person than other lefties. Like, okay, bro. Cringe.
While globalization and secularization changed the character of public face. Feminism participated in the modern transformation, but it did not independently cause everything that follows it. The fact that two developments occurred at the same time does not establish that one produced the other. We should consider the societies people most...
You got them Crucible people a little upsetty spaghetti after calling them heavy set. Yo, true. But listen, like, let's be honest. Like, you got to be able to take care of yourself. And if you're, dude, I'm already imagining that big guy there, man. He looks like the way he smells. Let's be honest. Let's just be honest, right? Would you sit next to this guy? I'd be at least one seat away from the fat Crucible guy that's like looking like a fucking chud, bro. I'd be like, yeah, bro, this ain't no freaking way I'm not going to smell body odor. I have zero probability on that one.
Consistently choose to...
But hey, at least he probably helped with the chairs, right?
...live in. The world's most prosperous, desirable nations generally possess strong legal institutions, broad access to education, political liberty, and substantial equality between men and women. It would be foolish to claim that feminism alone created their prosperity. It would be equally foolish to regard the relationship as meaningless. The nations most committed to human development tend to extend freedom and opportunity to women because both commitments arise from the same conviction. Human potential should be cultivated rather than needlessly suppressed.
Based.
This is part of the triumphant nature of the human spirit. People want to learn and contribute. They want to build meaningful lives that they and their loved ones can live in. A society flourishes when
Imagine all the right-wing chuds are like, no, I need my own servant slash mommy slash girlfriend slash person that I fuck. I need that. If they're equal to me, then they'll go get a job, and I want them to give me chicken nuggets. I want the chicken nuggets. Why don't they give it to me?
gives that spirit room to breathe. Great nations do not become great by permanently limiting half of their population. They become great by allowing talent and moral agency to serve the common good wherever they are found. Feminism, therefore,
by doubling your workforce, you output production.
Civil
That's
rights
true.
And equal protection. It reflects the belief that inherited hierarchy alone cannot justify domination. Choice matters because virtue requires agency. The ability to act otherwise. Obedience may reflect goodness, but it may also just reflect powerlessness. We cannot know which one it is when coercion has already decided the matter. The feminism I am defending tonight is not the claim that every difference between men and women is discrimination. It is the claim that women should be empowered and that femininity itself should not be treated as inferior.
True,
exactly.
Should not disqualify
someone from full participation in society. That principle has corrected real injustices. It has made women less vulnerable to abuse. And it did. I'll jump ahead. I actually want to extend, Rachel, an invitation. I'm curious if you're open to this, and you can say no. I think you're one of the strongest anti-feminist debaters that I was working with. I think I'm also probably one of the strongest defenders of feminism, or hope you would grant me the same thing. We're both intelligent women who have considered and examined.
She is not intelligent.
Many of the same questions, and we've reached radically different conclusions.
You should read her book. It's literally a mental screed of fucking nonsense. She's just like offering the olive branch. But let's be honest, she is not an intelligent woman.
And I want to understand why. I do not want this to become only a contest of statistics and whatnot, and I don't want to get rid of the debate. However, I'd like to approach the conversation in a feminine way.
I love this. I love this discussion every single time, man. Philo says, at forever reign. Is the draft still in place? Okay, yeah, the answer is actually no, by the way. And also, there should have never have been a draft. Like what? No men, no women should be forced to go to war. The only way that you should be going to war is if like the very existence of the United States is going to be like if we don't fight, the United States will cease to exist, and us not going to Vietnam would not fucking prevent USA to not exist. So, okay, yeah, there should never have been a draft for men or women.
We're at time.
Sure.
Well, if you want, I can give you a little, if you have a second sentence.
It's like, sure,
Rachel says yes, go ahead.
By that, I would like to approach it in a feminine way. And by that, I don't mean that I want Rachel and I to sit here and paint our nails and talk about our feelings. Don't worry, okay? You'll get your show, okay? However, I mean treating the feelings beneath, the femininity, the things that drive us beneath, as meaningful evidence for what we're trying to protect. Because Rachel, you and I both want women to flourish. We genuinely do. And
she does not want women to flourish. She clearly wants women to stay at home and with their abusive husbands.
That, to me, seems like the proper place to begin.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. That's our erudite.
I'd be vomiting as I hand out that olive branch. She's made of stronger stuff than me.
We'll let this be as organic as you guys would like.
Oh boy.
So we'll let you take it from here.
Oh God, dude, I'm telling you, dude. Guy on the right, dude. Imagine the smell, bro. Imagine the smell. It's got to be awful.
I'll only jump in if it gets really crazy.
Okay. So I'm actually very curious about your relationship to feminism. Like, what got you interested in feminism, and specifically concerns about feminism and its impacts on society? Like, what personally in your life or ideologically?
Well, that was a beautiful opening, and I appreciate all the sentiments therein, but none of this addresses the fact that we are about to fall off a demographic cliff that will make all...
Just have immigrants. Just bring in immigrants. It's not that hard. Lots of countries do this. It works. You just have immigrants. This is only a problem if you hate brown people.
All of these beautiful, lofty sentiments mean absolutely nothing. Because as you addressed in your opening, it's not a coincidence that feminism did not exist until the Industrial and Technological Revolution.
Calcrap is saying that the average Crucible viewer smell must be worse than Star Trek and anime cons combined. Yo, unironically, go one step further. They probably smell worse than a Smash Brothers Melee tournament, okay? I'm just going to say it.
You need technology and first world living standards to have this idea that we can just push women into the workforce. Everyone can follow their dreams and do what their heart tells them to do, and everybody should have choices and all that sort of thing. But if we don't have enough men to run this first world standard of living, we will be
Who's
like
advocating
the
for the
only
destruction of
places
men?
in the world that are still below replacement birth rates, which would be like Africa,
Just bring in immigrants.
Pakistan.
Just bring in immigrants.
That's where we're going to be if we don't solve the demographic
No, you will not be
problem.
like
So as much
Africa. We are a industrial nation that is already well past that. So no, we're not going to be like Africa anytime soon. Unless if you're looking like a sudden supply chain loss so bad that, I mean, honestly, like if we reduce education, that's a good way to become more like Africa. But no, we're not going to be like Africa anytime soon. And if you want to address the demographic problem, specifically not having enough babies, literally just get more immigrants. It's not that hard.
I would love to talk about how we feel and what got us into this. I'm concerned by the fact that I like air conditioning. I live in Texas, okay? I like power, I like infrastructure, and we won't have that if women don't start producing
If only
the next generation of work.
By the way, we're already too late on this. Maybe she would have had somewhat of an argument like 20 years ago, but we actually need more workers now. We don't need we just need to bring in immigrants now, like people who can work.
Workers who can maintain the standard that allows women to even think about whether they want to have babies or become doctors.
Okay, yeah, if you want to just do the boys' way, we can just do the boys' way.
I don't think it's inherently male to have concerns about the rational real-world implications of what's happening with feminism.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I don't...
Okay, so let's maybe get into the starting point then for you. So at what point, what's the period you think is most prolific for feminism really changing the she economy that you described? Is there a window of time?
Would be the 1970s.
What happened in the 1970s?
I'm glad you asked.
You're so welcome. We're tag teaming this, really.
What happened in the 70s was we had just been through the Vietnam War, which was very unpopular and extremely expensive, and the U.S. Treasury needed more income tax coming in. And this was at the exact same time that the Rockefellers and the Fords created gender studies. They passed Title IX. And
oh no, hold on everybody, get the Rockefellers. Hold on. Get the Rockefellers. Okay, I'm ready to address the Rockefeller argument.
Started handing out college scholarships and funding for women to go to college like candy, and we saw over 20% increase in females in the workforce just in that decade alone. By the 90s,
they're not supposed to be
women were
educated.
And what happened at the same time as that is Roe v. Wade and the birth control pill. So
now people can choose when they
And
get
the gold
pregnant is
standard getting
bad.
removed. That one's kind of important.
No!
Well, the gold standard got removed as well.
Sure, I don't.
Well,
think
that's economically super important, right?
it's
All right,
important, but
I think
don't.
they're no longer talking about the Rockefellers, so that way we're not going to get the thought beams putting into our heads, so we're good.
I mean,
think-
it's important. We fundamentally changed our relationship from the gold standard, the petrodollar, under Nixon in
But
1971.
that's not why women joined.
No,
the economy. That's not why women.
it's
changes,
women. The
no?
problem is women,
No, it
obviously.
The gold standard.
Because what you're not understanding is it's about the birth rate. It's not that women working is a problem if they were still having 2.2 or 2.5 babies per woman. But when you tell women, hey, spend all your fertile years going to college and starting a career and don't even think about settling down and having kids until you're
women aren't
31,
people.
which is the average age that a woman is having her first child now, that's a serious problem. And we have historical examples of countries who've gone through this. Russia is a great one. They made abortion legal and
Russia
paid for in
was
state hospitals
authoritarian.
under Lenin.
and
it was
and that's
so
bad.
Like the
what we
demographic
need is Christian authoritarianism. Then it would be good.
cliff was so bad for Russia that by the time Stalin came to power, he had to roll all of that back. But because they were communists, they wanted to push women into the workforce. You need workers to have communism. Women needed to be working. And
you need workers to have the communism. In order to have the communism, you need the workers. Obviously, that's how you get I have no idea what communism is. It's fucking people, just idiot.
tried to do women workers and pronatalism at the same time. It did not work. They've never recovered
all
their
economies
birth
need
rate.
workers, right? The most important piece of basically capital
No,
investment.
no,
Which is why you could also look at South Korea, which is a very capitalist, Western-style economy, but has also been taken over by feminism. And they have 0.7 births per woman right now.
That's so bad. If only we could figure something out. Like, I don't know, getting immigrants.
Not going to be a South Korea in the next 20 or 30 years.
There won't be a South Korea, despite the fact that you can immigrate people, and then people also have babies at later ages. But, you know, hey, we're not going to argue with the fucking facts of fucking dumbass Rachel Wilson.
Turn it around.
I'm curious, what's the number one correlate to declining birth rates in a nation?
Women's access to higher education.
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
Women's access. It's actually everyone's access to higher
Yes.
education. So I'm curious, would you consider Saudi Arabia particularly feminist?
Not particularly feminist.
Qatar?
No.
Okay, so the Gulf states also have declining birth rates.
But they also have declining birth rates. No.
Feminism isn't causing that. What's happening there?
Because they've started. They've started.
Saudi Arabia, famous
Yes.
for feminizing. Qatar, famous for feminizing.
They have started letting women work. They've started allowing things like birth
They
control.
only
rate's been
just
declining for a
recently
long
allowed
time,
it, and now
actually.
it's a
It's below
problem.
Everybody in first world economies where there's urbanization,
Oh,
industrialization,
no.
as I explained, that's what enables feminism.
So
Oh,
isn't it
oh,
urbanization
really?
that we're blaming here? Because I
Not
feel like there's an
not
interesting
until
thing.
you push women into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again, if women were working as nurses and
Holy
still
brain
having
rot,
2.5
Batman.
kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're
Phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello?
Hello.
What do you want to debate about?
Could be about anything. Can I get your name?
My name's Josh,
Hi,
and
Josh.
I'm a nationalist.
Sick. You're a nationalist. I like
Yeah.
my nation too.
Yeah, so do I.
Sick. You just wanted to say that you're a nationalist? You got anything to add to that, or
No, I'm a white nationalist.
a white nationalist? Oh no.
Yeah, bro.
Well, you got a big problem there.
What's the problem with that?
The giant pile of dead bodies.
What do you mean by that?
White nationalism always results in the creation of a giant pile of dead bodies.
I don't think so. I think it
It
could
does.
be established without mass killing.
How do you do that?
Well, there's plenty of ethical and humane ways to deport non-whites from
How do you do
Western
that?
countries. I don't know, the thousands of high-tech, huge planes that we have. We have all sorts of nice stuff.
So we physically move them. What if they don't want to move?
Yep. What?
What if they don't want to move?
We have ways of getting people in prison without killing them, don't we? I'm sure
So
we could.
we just
get
so we
people
take
on
them and put them in
planes without
prison.
putting them- What's that?
So we take them and put them in prison.
No, I'm saying the same method applies. Like, what do you do with someone who doesn't want to go to prison? You can move them from point A to
I
point B
suppose so,
without.
but like I feel like a
killing
civil
them, right?
infraction is a very different from physically wresting them of their property and then forcing them to go to prison. And if they don't go to prison, you kill them, aka giant pile of dead bodies.
Well, that's not what we do. We don't kill people if they don't go to prison.
How many minorities do you think there are in the United States?
What, they're like 40, at least 40% of the demographics.
Says 40% of the total. So you want to take 40% of the U.S. population and physically move them, and you don't think that would result in a giant pile of dead bodies?
Well, I mean, a lot of those non-whites are already resulting in piles of dead bodies on their own, and we have nothing to do with it. Just look at the black-on-black crime rates.
Yeah.
The interracial
except
violence.
Violent crime is down. You know what we should probably do to deal with that is probably reduce the lead concentration in ghetto areas.
Oh, okay. Like as if Africans who don't have any drinking water at all still don't have some of the highest violent crime rates in the world.
Yeah, it's actually having poor socioeconomic conditions that result in that.
Okay, how come? Riddle me this: how come in millions of years of human history?
So if you actually, I'm going to pull this up. This is from the Centers of. Hey, listen for a second. Listen for a second.
Invented the wheel or a boat.
Listen for a second. I need you to listen. Lead concentrations and resulting blood lead levels are significantly higher in low-income and poor socioeconomic areas across the United States. Children living in households below the federal poverty line face a disproportionately greater risk of toxic lead exposure compared to higher income groups. So, you're aware that lead causes people's intelligence to drop. It increases crime. It increases violent crime. It reduces a person's educational attainment.
Okay, if that's the case, then how come the richest majority black neighborhoods in the United States still have higher violent crime rates than the poorest white communities?
Where did you get that? That's not true. That's not true.
You can find it on FBI.gov. You can find it on FBI.gov.
Okay, richest black neighborhoods, zip code. Well, versus poorest white
the
zip
richest
code,
black neighborhoods in California, like Beverly Hills,
2026,
still have higher violent crime rates than some of the poorest white neighborhoods.
There's no single official database tracking or directly contrasting crime rates of the richest black zip code versus the poorest white zip code in the U.S. Criminologists in the U.S. Central Bureau evaluate crime and income by individual municipal tracts rather than broad racial economic cross comparisons.
On their website,
it does say poverty and crime. Hey, are you okay? Are you all right?
No. Listen to me, man.
Hold on.
I didn't.
You got to let me finish, right? Because, I want to have the conversation, right? Again, like I'm stuck on the problem of like the giant pile of dead bodies that is inevitably led by having like a white majority country, and that's a problem that you need to address. My society doesn't result in that, so why don't you help me out with that?
All right. So you're what? You're a democratic socialist, right?
I am a progressive.
Okay. Well, that goes tandem with a lot of socialist economic policies, right?
I'm not a socialist.
Okay, where do you stand economically?
I am a capitalist that is a believer in strong social safety nets.
All right, so would you acknowledge that capitalism has resulted in countless dead bodies throughout human history, more so than maybe even communism, you could say? And I'm not a fan of communism either, but how can you support capitalism and then say that my position results in all these dead bodies when you support an economic system?
That's a good point. I think if you have a larger system that affects more people, then obviously you would likely be able to blame that system for it. But then I would advocate for controls on that system, which would reduce that.
Okay, so that's socialism.
No, I don't advocate for the workers' ownership of the means of production. Well, but again, like I'm still stuck on you needing to justify your giant pile of dead bodies.
Okay, that's never been my point. I'm not advocating for
but you are like that's what happens when you get your ethno-state, right? You result in the giant pile of dead bodies. So I guess what I want to understand is like, whether or not it's even worth it.
It's absolutely worth it to get.
But you got a giant pile of dead bodies.
Oh, it's absolutely worth it.
I don't want to see a giant pile of dead bodies on fire.
And you don't have to kill anyone. There's no killing involved. There's
no. It's just the state would do it. The state would do the killing, and so that's a problem for me.
No. There's plenty of ways of humane.
That's kind of what you're arguing, but
out of the country. It doesn't have to be this instantaneous process.
I'm saying like you would do that. You would create a giant pile of dead bodies on fire.
I'm saying that that's not that's not necessarily how it would go down.
No, but that's literally how it would go down. That's how it goes down literally every time.
Okay.
Virtually every time
according
that
to
this is ever done, this is what happens. So
And when has it been
don't
done?
have any respect for people that don't have respect for human decency.
Okay, why should we though? If these people don't have respect
Because
for us,
then
or they
you
don't
can
have
get
respect for
respected
each other
based
in
on
their
your
own
human
country.
decency. I'm glad that we have the Second Amendment.
Listen, look at the countries that these people
Glad we
come
got the
from that
Second
are coming
Amendment.
into our country.
That way,
You
if
think-
people like you
you
ever
think
do
they
get
have-
power, that we could shoot you. Anyway, do you have anything
You
else for
think
me?
they have basic human decency in Somalia, bro? Would you go there?
No, they don't, but that's because of poor socioeconomic conditions and lack of government. But I don't advocate for a lack of government, nor do I advocate for poor socioeconomic conditions.
Okay, so what? Somalia has been independent from any colonization for what?
No.
At least almost a century now, right?
I mean, again,
And they've had plenty of
they've
time to
gone through a
recover from that.
long list of like authoritarian systems that were also awful, and then like a list of anarchy that's also awful. You're not going to find me arguing in favor of anarchy. I don't know who you think you're talking to, but I'm not an
European
anarchist.
countries that have gone through autocracy too, and you don't see them suffering.
No, the
those
problem
kind
is
of-
authoritarian system usually result in a giant pile of dead bodies on fire. And you're an authoritarian system that argues for a giant pile of dead bodies on fire.
No, I just
Well, it
support
does. It
my
does.
people. I just support my people first.
Yeah,
And you
by
hate your
creating
own
a giant pile of dead bodies that aren't your people. I understand.
You hate your own people.
No, I love my own people. I just love other people too.
No.
Yeah.
Because if you
No
if you
giant
loved your
pile of
own
dead
people,
bodies on fire.
then
Hot
you
take. Hot take. No
you
giant
would
pile of dead bodies.
You would
on
recognize
fire.
that your own race and ancestors built this country instead of demonizing.
Both of
your
my
own
parents come
people.
from Chile. I don't know what the
Slavery
fuck
was-
you think.
Okay. Well, you know, Chile had a colonial history as well. Do you take pride in that?
No, not at all. It's horrible.
Okay. So you have no pride in your history.
I
Your
am
ancestors
okay.
did
Like
lives
I
that
understand
they
the
left.
history, but I don't look at like the history of like white people and then think of it as like me. Not at all. I wouldn't advocate for colonialism, and I wouldn't advocate I wouldn't take, for example, like have you ever looked at a beautiful piece of art and thought like, oh, our white race did that?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Can you draw?
Every time I see a
No,
Rembrandt.
stop right there. Can you draw?
Or
Can you draw?
see any sort
Can you
of
draw?
thing like that. Yeah, I watercolor from time to time.
Can you really?
I mean, we all excel in plenty of different.
I just want to be clear, right?
areas.
Like it would not surprise me. And it's so often when it comes to like these Nazi types where they possess no talent of their own and they look at the attributions of white people who are not them and then think that they're the ones that did that. They'll literally look at a statue of David and be like, wow, we did that. But then they themselves can't even draw a fucking stick figure. They're some of the cringiest, most pathetic people of planet Earth. And you still have not substantiated why that your ideology doesn't result in a giant pile of dead bodies on fire.
If it does, even if it does result in a giant pile of dead bodies, that would be for the greater good because no other race.
It's
can
for the
do
greater
it.
good.
That's right.
Great
For the
argument.
greater good.
I've
because
never heard of that
when
one
you
before.
look at these other races, what do you see? You just see suffering.
People?
You see a lack of civilization, a
I see
lack of
people.
invention.
See
When you
people?
look at our own European history, you
Yeah.
see greatness, civilization. We brought.
Except if you go far enough
civilization
back,
to
right? They were
the
literally fucking barbarians, while like the bunch of barbarian nose pickers, while the Romans were like making giant statues.
So the Romans weren't what?
The Romans were Greek.
Greek people aren't
Greek and
white.
Italians,
So Greeks and
right?
Italians aren't
Not
white.
German. They weren't German at all. The Germans were the ones, they were literally building mud huts.
Okay, I'm not a German nationalist.
Well,
I'm a
you
white
were talking about all that
nationalist.
white good shit just a second ago, but turns out that you guys were the ones that were in mud huts.
Well, guess what?
Are you Greek?
Greek.
Are you
Greeks
Italian
and
or
Italians
Greek?
are white, and the Germans.
I think you just make them
inherited
white because
the
like
Roman
it
Empire
like
after it collapsed.
favors your dumbass worldview. Anyway, do you have anything else for me? I'm gonna go vomit.
Okay, do you want to talk about gay people?
No, not with you, clown.
Okay.
Maybe once you reconcile with a giant pile of dead bodies on fire.
Listen, I got some good arguments for gay people that don't involve racism, okay?
I'm sure.
So
I'm sure.
you should hear me out.
I'm sure.
You should
All
hear me
right,
out.
let's hear out your gay argument, racist.
All right, so homosexuals have a very high rate of being molested as a child. I don't think it's natural. I think it comes from a hormonal imbalance.
Oh man, never heard of this argument.
And
Oh, boy.
they also have extremely high rates of STDs. These people are just
We should
a
practice safe
result
sex.
of
I agree with you
hormonal
there.
imbalances rate.
We
and
should
they're-
practice
they're-
safe
they're a
sex. I agree with you there.
society. Okay, what?
We should practice safe sex. I agree with you.
Yeah, well, gay people don't do that
They do.
overwhelmingly.
Well, they do.
No, they don't,
do.
because they have extremely
idea.
high rates of STDs and
Well,
mortality.
if
from
people
STDs.
who do engage in a lot of sex do contract more STDs than normal, that's true.
Yeah, well, guess what? Homosexuals engage in more sex than anyone else. The average
Based.
gay guy sleeps with
Based.
over 1,000, 2,000 people in his lifetime. It's
Based.
statistically proven.
Fucking based.
See?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
based as fuck.
Okay, it's based as fuck to get STDs and die.
No, it's
and
based
spread
to
STDs to
be
people.
sociable enough to where you have sex, unlike you incels,
Is it based to be molested
who will
as
never
a
see the
child
touch of a
at
woman.
greater rate than the general population? Is that based?
I wasn't molested. I'm LGBT. I wasn't molested.
Gay? I mean, I can tell by your extremely effeminate voice that you're gay. It doesn't
You got anything
surprise me.
else?
You ask me anything, I'll refute it.
Ask you anything, you'll refute it?
That's right.
Are you not gay? Refute it.
No, I'm not gay. I'm straight, man. There
But
go,
you just
refute it.
affirmed it. You
How
didn't
did I
refute
affirm
it. You affirmed it. You're not supposed to do that.
I said I'm
No.
not gay.
All right. You got anything else for me, Josh? I'm going to move on.
Okay. No, I can't think of anything. Have a good one.
Good talk. Bye-bye. Wow. I think we got to become an ethno-nationalist after that was such a convincing call. That was so convincing. Do you guys feel like ethno-national? What do you guys think? You guys like the idea of a giant pile of dead bodies on fire? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Let's keep watching that video. Where's my Google Chrome?
You're pointing
How is
to
your-
says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? What you're pointing
Why
to
did
right
the women
now
stop having babies?
because of modernization through increased education. Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia,
because they're-
I'm so sorry. As much as you might want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not. In fact, do you know why women in Saudi Arabia are pushed into education? It increases their dowry value. That's why. Because it's like
That sounds like an Islam problem.
well, Victoria, England did this as well.
Dude, listen, look at her face when she says Islam. She's like,
You're like, don't even think about settling down
Let's
and having kids until you're 31, which is the average age that a woman
Yeah, they should be having babies at like 15. By the way, that's why the birth rate has declined, right? There's less teen pregnancies. So just
is having her first child now. That's a serious problem, and we have historical examples of countries who've gone through this. Russia is a great one. They made abortion legal and paid for in state hospitals under Lenin. And it was so bad, like the demographic cliff was so bad for Russia that by the time Stalin came to power, he had to roll all of that back.
yeah, what we need to have is an authoritarian system that tells you when to have babies. Yeah, that's that'll make society better. You'll love it, guys. You'll love it.
But because they were communists, they wanted to push women into the workforce. You need workers to have
FYI, right? Left-wing authoritarian system and right-wing authoritarian systems, cringe and trash and garbage. And why would you want to live in an Orwellian nightmare? Why not live in freedom as opposed to like whatever the fuck this clown is voting
communism. Women needed to be working. And they tried to do women workers and pronatalism at the same time. It did not work. They've never recovered
all
their
economies
birth
need
rate.
workers, right? The most important piece of basically capital investment
Sure.
is human
Which is
human
why
capital.
you could also look at South Korea, which is a very capitalist, Western-style economy, but has also been taken over by feminism, and they have 0.7 births per woman right now.
No.
There's not going to be a South Korea.
Women getting to choose when they have babies?
No. If they don't turn it around.
I'm curious. What's the number
We
one
can't have
correlate to
that.
declining birth rates in a nation?
Women's access to higher education.
Correct. Yes, women's access. It's actually everyone's access to higher education. So I'm curious. Would you consider
should be less
Saudi Arabia
educated.
particularly feminist?
Not particularly feminist.
Qatar?
No. But no.
Okay, so the Gulf states also have declining birth rates, but feminism isn't causing that. What's happening there?
Because they've started.
Saudi Arabia, famous
Yes.
for feminizing. Qatar, famous for feminizing.
They have started letting women work. They've started allowing things like birth
Their
control.
birth rate's
It's
been
more
declining
subtle.
for a long time. Actually, it's below replacement now.
Yes, everybody in first world economies where there's urbanization, industrialization, as I explained, that's what enables feminism.
So isn't it urbanization?
Someone says First Amender. What do they say? First Amender, if you put on a blonde wig, you would look like Rachel Wilson. Just saying. First of all, I am way prettier than Rachel Wilson. I'm much prettier.
That we're blaming here because I feel like there's an
not
interesting
until
thing.
you push women into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again, if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per week,
I'm just like imagining like half the Crucible crew just like literally jerking off or fellatiating themselves like, oh yeah, I would love my own fucking trad wife. Oh God, I gotta have my trad wife. Oh God, if only I could have my own trad wife. Hi-ya.
woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing
how is
to
your-
says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? What you're pointing
Why
to
did
right
the
now
women stop having babies?
because of modernization through increased education. Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia,
because
I'm so sorry. As much as you might want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not. In fact, do you know why women in
Yeah, it's
Saudi
not
Arabia are
feminist.
pushed into education?
She's just
It
an
increases
idiot.
their dowry value. That's why. Because it's like
That
the
sounds like an Islam.
That sounds like an Islam problem. Meanwhile, like she would unironically support Sharia law. Sharia law does want women to not be working. It does want to force women to be, basically at home. I love how like she looks at Sharia law like that's the problem when she's like basically advocating for a Christian form of Sharia law. What a clown.
Problem.
Well, Victoria, England did this as well, where essentially they view proof of education as good genetic stock, so it makes that wife a more valuable woman. So
Right,
I don't know.
Isn't Rachel Wilson a 40-year-old though? I'm 37. Okay, so shut the fuck up.
Nobody had a
feminist
birth
about
rate
that?
crisis in Victorian England.
Well, the thing that you have to disentangle here is why is Saudi Arabia having the same problems that you're falling at the feet of feminism? And I'm saying it looks more like modernization might be the problem here. And Saudi Arabia certainly has both modernization, but it certainly doesn't have feminism. So you're going to have to
Spice.
answer
the
the Qatar
CDC
Gulf
and
problem.
the United Nations both say that the main correlate for declining birth rates is sending women to college and sending
because
them to work.
women
I didn't
As-
disagree with that.
As a
are
mother,
That's not
educated.
feminism.
as a mother
necessarily.
of 5, you cannot have more
There's
than
numerous
maybe
reasons
one
why birth
child
rates
and work
decline,
full
by the way.
time.
It's usually
because you
due
have
to, like, a
outsource
socioeconomic
motherhood to
increase.
daycare, which
Why?
is expensive. What do you mean why?
Why do we have the runaway cost issues in America?
Runaway what?
Cost issues in America.
It's not runaway cost issues. It's the fact
not?
that
It's not affordable right now. It's
you
tougher.
can't make daycare cheap enough for it to offset the cost of a woman working full time. That's math.
All right, hold on. How much does daycare cost in Florida? Just gonna pull that up, okay, real quick. The average cost of daycare in Florida is anywhere from $800 to $1,400 a month. Okay, so $1,400 a month, that is not as much as a full-time worker. I'm sorry, like a $1,400. I mean, that's a lot. Granted, it's a lot. I'll grant you, right? Assuming high-end, $1,400 a month, dude. You can make more than $1,400 a month, like working at a McDonald's. So I don't know where she's like, you cannot offset the cost. Is total horseshit.
How are you
Typically
going
you-
to make daycare cheap enough that a woman can have 5 babies and work a full-time job. And why would you want that?
Well,
why don't we want mothers? Any mothers
she's
here
gotta have 5
love
babies.
having to send their kids to be raised by someone else all day? Do you
Well,
guys
the question-
like that?
It's not all day. It's just like after 5 o'clock when they're like getting ready, going back home. They get like a couple of hours in the daycare. I don't even understand. I don't understand. Like, she has kids. Wait, does she have kids? Does Rachel? Rachel Wilson has 3 kids. She should know this. And she divorced her husband 3 times. Like, what? Wait, why doesn't she know this?
Again, you can narrativize, but the question I'm actually trying to pose you and get an answer to is, what changed in the 70s, as you claim, where women started becoming dual income earners? What changed in families? What was going on? And you're like, the gold standard.
Are you asking
that doesn't
what?
matter.
No, I'm telling you exactly what happened, and this is not me. This is the U.S. Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Commerce. All the sources in my slides say that in the 70s, the reason was because we had a huge income tax deficit because of the Vietnam War. At the same time that they had passed birth control legislation making it legal, and not only that, making it free and
No, it's not total horseshit. One of those examples is someone who doesn't have children. Yeah, again, like you could just run some raw numbers on that. That's fucking total load of horseshit. It is not as expensive. And that, by the way, just FYI, like $800 a month. That is, I'm just going to be honest with you. Ever been to the Boys and Girls Club? I have. I was one of those kids at the Boys and Girls Club. It was cheap as shit. Okay. There are ways to get your kids taken care of. Also, grandma's around, other family members are around. There are ways to like do daycare. Like, I don't know. It's just stupid.
cheap and socially acceptable. We had Roe v. Wade. Now everybody can get an abortion. And at the same time, you start pushing through the culture through a massive propaganda campaign, through things like, remember the Stepford Wives movies? Remember the Mary Tyler Moore show? The 70s were just saturated with girl boss empowerment stuff. And I was born in 1980 with She-Ra and Madonna and, you know, telling women that motherhood is a ball and chain, that the smart girls go to college.
Well, hold on. Again, depends. Right? Like, women can, I believe women should be able to choose if they want to be a stay-at-home mother or choose if they want to go to work. And there's nothing wrong with picking one or the other. But she specifically wants to force women to live a specific life. And if they don't live that life, therefore they are inferior. I don't know why she thinks that. It's fucking idiotic. She even wants to take away the rights of women from being able to choose because, I don't know, like demographic shift. Bro, cringe.
Have their own money and they don't need a man. So you've got this cultural propaganda campaign. You've got government money subsidizing college, which is why it's so expensive, by the way. And then you've got birth control and abortion. Okay. So the trend becomes, go get your bag, go get your career. Men are icky and bad. They're going to abuse you. Children are a ball and chain that are going to hold you back. You need to go to work.
Sure.
And that's what women do. They
still haven't gotten an answer to the Gulf states. Seems like that one is just
still
like
haven't gotten an answer to how you're going to do feminism with no more babies.
Rachel, you have to let me talk for us to have a conversation, right? I'm letting you speak. Give me some space to speak as well, right? Sure. So let's talk a little bit about the 70s.
Go ahead, Kyla.
If you want, Rachel, just monologue. I can just sit here if you want. But if you want the debate and show, I have to participate too. So let's talk a little bit about the 70s. So the 70s is where, what did you say, what percentage increase?
It was something over 20%.
Until 20%, so 70s to what? What was the 20% point? Was it the 90s, 2000s?
No, just in the 70s alone, I believe it went up. No. Female labor force participation went way up in the 70s. It was the biggest jump, and then it continued in the 80s and 90s, yes. And now we have about equal numbers.
So I'm going to...
First Amender, I have the balls, but where can I get the chain?
Show you a beautiful thing that we can do in the world, okay? This is a graph. This is a very, very wonderful graph that makes your point look true. This is your point, okay? So we've got 1975, we've got 39%. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, okay? You're gonna love it. And by 1990s, we have that almost 20% jump to 58%. And look how steep that looks. Very spooky, spooky graph. The issue with cherry-picked data is that if you zoom out and include all data that's relevant, suddenly spooky lines don't look so spooky. In the 70s, nothing magically happened at all, actually. We had a consistent trend of women since the 1950s going into workplace, particularly married women, because unmarried women always participate in the workforce.
Yes.
If you actually want a spooky graph with a big jump, the major points when women entered the workforce at astronomical numbers, was a 10% leap in like 4 years, is this graph. It was World War II.
Based. Based. Oh my God. Holy shit. Great argument. Wait. Yeah. It turns out there was a crap ton of women that entered into the workforce because there just wasn't enough men to like work. So yeah, a lot of women. It was like seen as like patriotic to fight for your country as a woman while the men were like out in war. Amazing, actually.
This is the only notable moment. If you'll notice on this graph, it's all the same trend line. So if you're going to blame everything
Wait a minute.
Hold on, let me finish my thought, then you can attack it. If you're going to blame everything from 1970s forward, you're going to have a tough time because the data shows that it's the identical trend since the 1940s. And if you zoom out 200 years, you get this graph, which is a U. So once you actually look at the whole comprehensive story, your narrative falls apart really quickly because nothing remarkable happened in the 1970s.
Damn,
except
bro,
for one
she
thing,
just
and I'm
fucking
curious if you know what
crushed
actually
her
happened
with
in the
facts and
1970s.
logic,
Well,
bro.
instead of playing pop quiz Kyla, first
Good
of
one.
all, here's my
So good.
it's just your typical debate move.
I just want to be clear.
Dude,
If you
what
don't
do
know
you
where
The typical debate move, like bringing up the relevant facts and information. How dare you do that? I can't do that. The typical debate move is for me to apply ridiculous rhetoric that has no basis in facts.
What happened to this? What do
I'll
you
let you
think
finish,
about
sorry.
this? What happened here? Okay,
I just want to be very clear before
I
we get
thought
to the
we were
personal.
going to take turns.
Well, if we're going to get to the personal insults, I'm just going to quickly respond.
I didn't insult you. I just pointed
Pop
out that
quiz
your
Kyla.
strategy
A
is to
compliment.
pop
Notorious
quiz your
compliment.
opponent. It's something you do in every debate.
So thank you. The front loading of saying my
Pop
opponent
quiz
Kyla
Kyla.
will just happen to know way more
When you're
technological
done being offended,
information
I'll
and
respond
knowledge
to the
than
actual
me.
points.
I mean,
know
I'll
you
take
wanted
it.
to have a girl debate, but I would like to stick
No,
to
you said the boy
actual
debate.
argument.
So here we are, baby girl. You want the boy debate? We're here.
Yeah, we're doing it. What happened?
Got him.
So
Got
what
it.
happened in the 1970s? Again,
What
that's
happened?
so magical.
What happened after World War II?
What happened
To all
after
those
World
women
War II?
who went to work.
They
What
s-
did they do?
it
Did
went
they go
down-
back home?
5%.
Yes, they did.
What,
They went back home.
5%?
Imagine unironically quoting Thomas Sowell, the most biased economist ever, that nobody takes seriously other than Thomas Sowell and anybody that's a libertarian funded by the Koch brothers. Like, okay, bro. Cringe.
And then look, the same line of best fit from before World War II. Because you know what made women go back into workplace? Access to new technologies that made it easier to go back to the workplace.
Of course.
That's what made them go back.
You haven't heard me say this the 3 times I've heard it. Industrialization and technology allowed for this. Yes, obviously.
But we want
that
to throw it
doesn't
at the feet of
address my
feminism.
point. That doesn't address the point of what you're going to do about the demographic cliff we're about to fall off of.
We can
Do
get
you
there.
understand how you can possibly have
This is a
feminism in
crazy
a
pivot.
world? If you're going to keep interrupting me,
I'll write
I'll
it
just
down.
ask for time.
I'll ask my question after
Because
you're done.
if I interrupt you, it's a big problem. But apparently, I can't speak. I need to participate in order for this to be a conversation, Kyla.
I love how it's always goes into like mocking mode when it comes to these right wingers, because at the end of the day, all they have is rhetoric. They do not have facts on their side. They have to imply these childish games to make their point. It's just ridiculous.
Ideally, yeah.
So
when you monologue for 5 minutes straight, yeah, typically I need to be able to respond.
We don't have to spend 40 minutes on what happened in this decade or why women worked. The point
You
of
certainly don't want to.
Again,
Yes.
the point of everything we're
Hard for your
talking about
narrative.
here is that, yes, thanks, James. Nothing you're saying addresses
Thanks, James. Since you're a crystal fascist too. Thank you. Honestly, amazed that this lady here on the left, what's her name again? I forgot her name. Honestly, amazing that she's even able to even sit there and do this. Because let's be honest, man, like, when it comes to modern day debate, it's absolute Christian fascist organization that wants to instill an authoritarian system on the basis of Christianity. That's what they want, and that's why they're now officially receiving funding from that at this point. And seeing the constant Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson garbage just over and over, it's so tiring, bro.
Is the fact that we are about to have a collapse of our first world standard of living.
Yep.
This
Bring in
economy
immigrants.
in the West, and it's ubiquitous across all Western nations. In fact, it's so congruent across all of them
Not too erudite. My bad. Thank you, Josian.
that it's kind of crazy. Like Statistics Canada has the same GDP numbers that the United States has, that Australia has, that Western Europe has, which is when you push women to go to college and have careers and have their own money and be financially independent, they listen and they do that. And they say, if that's what's expected, I'm not going to have kids. Now, again, we can go back and prove this is what happened in Russia, and it didn't matter how many pro-natalist campaigns they had. Women said, if I got to work full time, I can't have 3 or 4 kids.
Therefore,
It
women
doesn't
shouldn't
work.
be
You look
working.
at South Korea, same thing. They don't have communism.
Therefore, all
They
women
don't
need to have less
pronatalism.
rights.
It's a capitalist
Obviously.
Western-style economy, and
Fupa
they
Boy is saying, so you finally agree with me that James is a snake. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
can't even reproduce the Korean woman.
Yeah, like now that I've seen that they're literally getting funding from like Christian fascist sources. So yeah, this is pretty sad actually. It's supposed to be a neutral debate platform. You should not be receiving money from like Christian, right-wing organizations. You need to have like an equal, one way or another, and just not receive any partisan funding.
Okay.
It's a serious problem that arguing over the gold standard or the 70s or women should have choices. First of all, they've always had choices. Second of all,
just less.
But you want to
if
take
you
away
don't
women's
address
choices.
this problem, you can kiss feminism goodbye. You won't have it anymore. It won't exist.
There's this really famous, actually, you introduced me to this researcher, Joseph Miller, because you cite him a few times. There's a great conversation that the anti-suffragettes had where they insisted.
Mind you, right? Like no actual academic is actually on the side of Rachel Wilson. Rachel Wilson's position is completely devoid of any facts, logic, or reason. There is no basis behind her argument. The only person who is saying this kind of stuff is people like Rachel Wilson, not anybody who's actually academic who know what they're talking about.
That, oh, by God, if the feminists, if all this happens, the world is going to collapse. People have been insisting that the world is going to collapse in the next 10 years. I mean, they're like climate people as well. We're insisting that we were going to die in the next 10 years as well. It's just fear mongering that's not typically based in reality. Now, I know you want to run away from counter information that is disconfirming of your narrative, but you still need to deal with the Gulf states, right? Qatar having declining birth rate. It's not feminism.
Is
it's
that a first world
modernization.
country you want to live in?
No, I want to live here, which has feminism and a booming GDP and one of the
based.
best countries on the earth. That's why I'm here.
Well, what are we going to do?
Based in productivity
it's great.
growth?
It's great right now, but your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's
There's so many people, and so it's
80% women.
useless.
Not going to deal with the
That's why you should be like me and have no degree whatsoever and have no concept of what reality is like. And I want going to take away the rights of everybody, including myself. Fucking idiot.
false, though.
There's
We're just going to
not-
run from that one.
there's
I'll just come
not
back to it. It's
enough-
fine. I'll write it down.
You have to hear. Go
I'll
ahead.
write it down. It's
She
okay,
just
James. I'll write it
steamrolls.
down.
You have to be able to hear- you have-
Adderall.
Good one.
Yes! That was so funny! Is that his wife right there? Look at him. He's like, yes! Woo! That was so funny! Man. I about had an aneurysm. Good job, Rachel. That was so funny.
It doesn't address the problem that you have, which
It's Red
is
Bull,
the
though.
paradox of pushing women into work and telling them to be career women like you, and then they don't have children. How are you going to perpetuate the next generation? Do you realize that the complex systems first world economies rely on can only
Andrew Wilson is drunk as fuck. Is he drunk during this time? I like when a Mender does his gay baby voice. Okay, I'm going to do the gay baby voice. Okay, everybody.
only suffer about a 5% loss of skilled male workers. And right now in this country and all across the West, we have all of the
Excadriller says, you guys don't know who Ellen Dine is? And that's why you say it's funny when it is. Okay, cringe.
Gen X and Boomer men.
Again, no, all rhetoric, zero zero basis in reality, all rhetoric. You cannot actually address any of her positions that she held. None, not a single one.
Know how to run complex water sewage treatment centers, keep the power grid.
She doesn't even understand what a standard deviation is, let alone like how to fucking run anything. Like she's not credited at all. She has no idea what she's talking about.
Up and running. Like these are highly skilled things. You can't just get someone from Pakistan, put them in a 6-week course or whatever, and make them a power lineman. You can't do that. These men are not replaceable. We have to.
They are. You just need training, like a year or two of training.
You start having babies,
typically a degree, so definitely not you, Rachel. Sorry.
Or you're going to have short-term boom. That's what we've got now at the expense.
Philo says, I agree. Erudite did well. Rachel still won, in my opinion. Okay, Philo. Like the only dude, I swear to God, you right wingers are so fucking idiotic. You guys are so like your brains are so fucking cooked. Unironically, I feel like Rachel Wilson could show up on stage, do a fucking cake fart, and you would call her brave. And you'd be like, wow, her position is so good. She did that cake fart so well. She was just like, and she just completely destroyed not so erudite's argument, obviously. Like, dude, you guys are so fucking cringe, bro. You just agree with your fucking team. You don't agree on the basis of any facts or reason. You agree because it's on your fucking team. That's it. So dumb.
Of long-term stability. And it's not fear-mongering, it's math. The World Health Organization, the UN, and Elon Musk talk about it all the time. Like, hey,
how are you saying, okay, he said, what right-wing positions do I have? You're literally arguing, saying Rachel Wilson is winning this debate, despite the fact that there have been multiple facts that have been posted by not so erudite, of which Rachel Wilson has not answered a single one. Not a single one has been actually answered. And this is among an audience that is almost exclusively in favor of Rachel Wilson right now.
Already seeing supply chain shortages. We're already seeing problems in keeping up the infrastructure. Trump ran on the fact that most Western nations, like including the US, have shit infrastructure. We have water lines in LA that are 100 years old, blowing up all over the place. What, 6 or 7 of them in the last 2 weeks?
Okay, we have to do like a timer at this
replacing
point. I don't even.
So
if you want to, I want to talk to you, and if we want to talk to each other, we have to go point by point. Like if
you address the demographic cliff by bringing in immigrants. It's that simple. You just have immigrants. It's not that hard. Like this is what every developed nation does. It's not a big deal. You just bring in immigrants. The only reason why this is a big deal is if you dislike brown people.
If you monologue at me for 5 minutes straight with multiple points. They're all valid points. I want to talk to you about all of them.
I just have one question. How are you going to solve the birth rate crisis?
Immigration. It's that simple.
Answer mine first. How do we do that?
There's no future without more people.
How do you?
Yeah, immigration. By the way, the fucking having babies and then them being workers 18 years from now is not a solution. We need more workers now. So just FYI, more workers now means you need immigrants now. That is the only solution. There is no other solution. Anybody who says that the way that we do this is by having babies, yeah, maybe if you were there 20 years ago making that argument. That is not the argument anymore. You need to have immigration.
How do you reconcile the fact that you're claiming in the 1970s feminism infused a bunch of women to the workplace, but we actually see the largest boom of women. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
It doesn't even matter for my argument.
The largest boom of women entering the workplace is right before the golden age of capitalism in America, right? That's what we see when the American currency becomes.
Let's see. What a joke. Just address it by bringing in immigrants. Yeah, that's literally the answer. You need workers now. You can't like have babies and then expect them to be workers out of the womb. So no, that's not going to work. If you want to have a replacement level, then you need to bring in a lot of people all of a sudden. So yeah, you need immigrants. Restricting the scope of possible ideas so anyone who disagrees is a racist. No, I'm saying that they're the only people that have a problem with my solution is because they don't like brown people. That's literally what it is. I mean, unless I don't know, maybe there's another reason. Like, I don't know. What is the reason? What's wrong with immigrants coming to the country and working?
Becomes the gold world reserve currency. So if you want to blame it at the 1970s, my question to you again is, what actually magically happened? Because based on all of the actual data, nothing transformative happened. Manufacturing was starting to die by the 1950s, right? We have the Triffin dilemma, which is a much better understanding of, if you don't know the word, just ask, just saying, okay? The Triffin dilemma is a huge issue.
Triffin dilemma. I've never heard of this. Triffin dilemma. Let's learn, everybody. Look, we're going to learn. Learning. Testifying before the U.S. Congress in 1960, economist Robert Triffin exposed a fundamental problem in the international monetary system. If the United States stopped running a balance of payment deficits, the international community would lose its largest source of additions to reserves. The resulting shortage of liquidity could pull the world economy into a contradictory spiral, leading to instability. If the U.S. deficits continued, a steady stream of dollars would continue to fuel the world economic growth. However, excessive U.S. deficits as dollar glut would erode the confidence in the value of the U.S. dollar. Without confidence in the U.S. dollar, it would no longer be accepted as the world's reserve currency. This fixed exchange rate system could break down, leading to instability. The solution. Triffin proposed the creation of new reserve units. These units would not depend on gold or currencies, but would add to the world's total liquidity. Creating such a new reserve would allow the United States to reduce its balance of payment deficits while still allowing for global economic expansion. Okay.
That causes massive trade deficits for America, and it causes an issue where people are always going to want to invest in America because, frankly, we're the best.
You're assuming a cause of dissenting opinion, viz. Someone who thinks immigration is not the answer, does not like black people, and then therefore the evidence to make that conclusion against it. First of all, I didn't say black people. I said brown people. And second of all, if you don't like immigration, why?
We're the best at everything. So again, if you're going to say it's the 1970s...
I didn't. That's a straw man.
It's not a straw man to say that you said the 1970s is when this took off, the she economy happened.
And I'll tell you, no.
That's not a straw
man. That was not in any way a pillar
She just said that. That wasn't even like a straw man.
So it's the 1950s?
No, birth rates have declined since industrialization.
You're right. Like the
it accelerated.
Wait, isn't that like the 1870s?
I have already...
Maybe you mean those 70s.
Okay, when she's done, then I'll talk.
All right. I do want to make sure there's not too much interrupting. So if
let's do a game. We both talk for 2 minutes at a time. We'll have timers. How about that?
So condescending.
I appreciate that, but
Keyboard
I'm
warriors.
okay with keeping it organic as long as there's not too much interrupting.
Mrs. Turner, is it my turn to speak? Can I talk, teacher, please?
As a gent, because you're the only...
Again, all requires rhetoric. No, look, the only person who's like, you see this guy here? This guy is upset because he has to sit next to Andrew Wilson, who smells of nothing but tobacco smoke. And this guy here is just like, bro, how is this a debate? What planet am I on where this is like an actual debate? This is actual fucking cringe, bro. Aristotle didn't like immigration amender. Perhaps consult him. Yeah, because he thought that I don't know, barbarians would come to. Also, we're not Rome. We're like a giant globalized economy. I'm sorry, these are not the same thing. Just dumb. Just fucking Jesus Christ, so dumb.
Only person actually being sane right now. If she talks for 7 minutes straight with multiple points,
just do 2 minutes. It's fine. I have
sure. I just want to let's go point by point.
All right, you guys agree on that? That's progress. All right. You guys
also,
are both
you're
okay
welcome.
with 2 minutes.
You're welcome to interrupt
I'm
me.
setting
when
the
you need
timer. Give me 1 second. And
give me 1 quick second. Actually, I'm gonna grab a water. Give me a sec. Where's my music? There it is. Music. Hang tight. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. By the way, if you have not hit like on the video, hit like. And hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Thank you. Give me a sec. Won't take long. Oh boy, man, they ruined modern day debate, bro. They ruined it. Anyway, let's continue watching.
Rachel, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
So the whole you're totally fighting a straw man. You completely made up this idea that my whole argument rests on something fundamental changing in the 70s. I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want.
Good one.
Birth rates have been on the decline since industrialization. I didn't say that no women ever worked before the 70s. I said that's the point where it really accelerated and took off and became mainstream, totally socially acceptable, the norm. Now, if you're a stay-at-home mom, that's the weird, creepy thing. That's when that changed. Doesn't matter. It started in the 1800s with industrialization, urbanization, and women going to work. Yes, that's when the birth rates began to decline. And the sexual liberation stuff, whether it's no-fault divorce.
To be honest, right, like one of the biggest reasons why birth rates declined substantially is because just having access to birth control. Birth control is a very big determinant. Having a higher educational standard also reduces birth rate. But honestly, like one of the biggest things, specifically in the United States, is the lower teen pregnancy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Right now we have a very low birth rate. We actually don't know whether or not that birth rate will actually increase. It's totally possible that women end up having babies later, once they get into their 30s, which would theoretically increase the birth rate. And considering how many women are actually getting college educated, it would not surprise me that women in their 30s would likely have more babies. That would not surprise me, especially your Gen Z generation where they're still in college and they're about to graduate. So there's nothing indicating that the birth rate will remain the way it is. In fact, will likely not be the case. If anything, it would likely go up. Having less teen pregnancy is actually a good thing.
Divorce, birth control pills, abortion, the overall thing, and the only thing that matters in this argument is what are we going to do about demographics? Because it doesn't matter what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter when the gold standard happened. It doesn't matter when or how women got into the workforce. We are now in a position where all Western nations are in the exact same boat, that when you shove all the women into the workforce and tell
less teen pregnancy,
them this is what you need to be doing and focusing on, and you need a 2-income household now to survive, no one has babies. Do you think that that's not going to be a problem?
I think that we absolutely need to incentivize.
Kyla. Just to be clear, I'm going to give you full 2 minutes. If you want to use all of it, you can. Otherwise, you can kick it back to her when you want
Here's
to.
what I'll say. Let's just talk. If I start listing off like a bunch of points, just interrupt me. It's pretty simple.
No,
I don't know, guys. I know conversations are hard for like the autism in the room, but that's how they can work.
Hey, yo.
It was your idea to do 2 minutes.
It
Let's
was
give this a
sardonic.
try.
Sure, I'll take 2 minutes precisely. Sure, we can do that. It's just going to be a terrible conversation.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, Rachel took 1:40 or so, and then she let you go for your 2 minutes. If you want to use a minute.
I want 10 seconds. Okay? Oh, I know. I'm so fast.
All right, but I'm going to kick it over to Rachel to use 2 minutes.
You just said industrialization is when women started going to work. That's false. Industrialization is when women stopped going to work. That's when women workforce participation declined in the 1800s.
What? Okay, so
hard for your narrative.
It's no. When you talk about women working, nobody thinks that working on your family farm or in your family business with your husband and your dad and everyone. Nobody thinks when we say women going to work.
That would literally be women working. What are you talking about?
We're talking about dad leaves the house in the morning and goes to his place of business. Mom leaves her house in the morning and goes to her place of business.
Let's see. Amender is 36. I doubt he is going to have children. He has the luxury of his preferences. I am 37. I mean, I'd probably adopt if I ever want children, but I'll be honest. Children are a pain in the ass. I don't want children. Like what? Like, why do I have to have children? Who cares? Who cares? Literally just have less people on planet Earth. I don't care. Like, who the fuck gives a flying fuck?
And the kids get sent to daycare or public school. That's new. That's post-industrial. Nobody thinks that agrarian pre-industrial society where you're working the farmstead with your husband is women going to work. They were having 7 babies on average before industrialization per woman. That was fine. Even post-industrialization could have been possibly sustainable had we not introduced sexual liberation, sending women to college, delaying the first birth until you're 31. That is doom. It's demographic doom.
It's not doom. It's just less teen pregnancy. But then again, Republicans are really, really good at arguing in favor of getting teens pregnant. In fact, I think it's like exclusively Republican politicians that argue like child marriages, which is I'm not making that up. That's a real do Republicans or Democrats argue for teen marriage? Let's see here. Neither major political party has an official platform for arguing for teen and child marriage, but opposition to total bans on minors' marriage comes to primarily from conservative and Republican lawmakers who cite parental rights, religious traditions, or Does anybody wonder why it took so long for the Trump administration to release the Epstein files? They didn't even release them all, really. I'm not making this shit up when I'm saying this stuff. Like, as if, like it's just my own internal thoughts. I'm saying that you got to take a long look at your party when they argue that children should be getting married. First believes in child transition surgeries. That's not true. Where the fuck did you get that? Where the fuck did you get that? That's wild. Start at 17 and wed at 18. Cringe. Ew, dude, literally wait, please. Just do yourself a favor. Just wait. Jesus, you are not of sound mind at 18.
And you don't have a
You're
way
an
out of it.
idiot
You
that
don't
knows
have
absolutely
an
no
answer for
idea.
it, which is why you want to talk about anything else.
Speaking of wanting to talk about anything else, still haven't gotten an answer to the 1970s question, which
I
again,
granted it.
You can laugh.
I granted it.
Hold on. Childcare is extremely expensive. Yes, that's correct. Jigga James is saying first claimed that it's not expensive. No, I said specifically, I'm pretty sure daycare does not cost as much as $800 a month. You could, for example, go to the Boys and Girls Club, which is a lot cheaper. What is the Boys and Girls Club cost of daycare? Cheap as shit, I imagine. Yeah, it's from an annual membership fee of $15 to around $50 to $300 per semester or month. So I'm not wrong. And the reason why I know this is because my mom was broke as shit and needed to take care of 2 kids and didn't have my dad to do his job. So anyway, yeah, this was super fucking helpful. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be as expensive as $800 a month. $800 a month is fucking wild. Most people are probably not paying that.
It is a hinge point of your narrative.
It's not.
It
I
is.
granted it.
I
You're
asked you when.
completely
I
right.
asked you when.
You're completely right about the 70s. I'm just going to grant the you get the
order in the
caboodle,
crowd.
full point for you. Now,
All
what
right,
are you going to
folks,
do about
I need you
demographics?
to, just so the speakers can be heard, I do need you to keep it quiet in the audience. Is not so erudite. You have 2 minutes if you want to use it. Sure. Otherwise, we kick it back to Rachel for 2 minutes.
No, I'll use my 2 minutes.
Okay.
So the Gulf states, again, so the reason why you're acting like this isn't relative at all is because it's bad for your narrative, right? For example, Japan. Do you think that Japan was like a highly feminist country?
Yes, it's highly modern and industrial.
Post
Women are-
1970s?
Women are
it's not.
absolutely expected
No,
to work
it's
in
not.
Japan.
Post 1970s specifically is when that feminist infusion really came out.
I don't know. I'm
Got-
not sure.
gotta
I'm not
pick a
sure.
date. If your
I'm
whole
not sure
narrative-
exact
Just to be
If your
timeline
whole-
of Japan.
if
so
we wanna
doesn't
stick-
matter to my argument at all.
If we want to stick with 2
Completely
minutes,
If your
irrelevant.
entire
if
narrative,
you're Kyla, if you're asking her
Cringe.
questions that it's
she needs
kind
2
of
minutes per question.
it's kind of pushing back the 2 minute.
Dude, this is where it gets into like the bias of the fucking moderation, bro. Like obviously like they're being sponsored by Christian fascists, so you know, it doesn't surprise me, but yeah, it's so cringy, bro. This is not a what is it? A neutral debate space. There's nothing neutral about this space.
To her, do you want to go with the 2 minutes?
So if I ask her one question, now you're going to give her 2 minutes. That's
This
what we want
is
to do.
your idea, Kyla.
Rachel, I don't. I'm not
Rachel
playing this
deferred to you, and she accepted your idea of 2
I'm not
minute
playing
back
this
and
game with
forth.
you, James. This is silly. Sure, I guess every question I ask you, you get 2 minutes. That seems ridiculous, but if that's how you want to moderate things, go off.
Was it you who asked for 2 minute responses?
Sardonically, yes.
And
Yeah.
Rachel deferred to you and said she's okay with it. So that's what we're doing.
Okay.
If you want,
All right.
if you want, you can say, "Hey, can we do 60-second responses so it's shorter?" But you already brought up the 2 minute response
Okay,
idea.
let's talk about the 1970s since you're not going to answer the question and you're
She didn't even bring up the 2 minute response thing. She brought up specifically like she would like to have like a back and forth. And if she's going to gish gallop points, then it's going to end up being 2 minutes. Am I crazy in thinking that, or am I insane? I was perfectly ready to get engaged at 18 over 21. Okay. Yeah. I don't think most people are that. Like, I don't know. Maybe you were like super fucking mature, but I wasn't observing 18-year-old girls as mature, nor was I observing guys be mature at 18. Like, I'm sorry, this is fucking children, like making fucking lifelong decision making. That's insane, right? We're not living till we're not in the Middle Ages where like the average death rate is like 30, bro. Like, you can have children in a later age. It's not going to be the destruction of society, like what Rachel's saying.
your narrative does hinge on it. Your argument is fundamentally this. In the 1970s, in fact, I believe your quote was, in the 1970s, something changed. And it wasn't these various economic factors that we've
That
been
was my
seeing
quote
for the
on
last
Joe
50
Rogan.
Hold on,
years.
we have to give her a chance. Go ahead, Kyla.
I didn't say that here.
I was on Joe Rogan. I was on Joe Rogan, and you weren't. What the fuck? Why is she acting like that? Cringe. God, that is like now the most awful thing. If you're on Joe Rogan, you immediately lose credibility.
But I said that on Joe Rogan.
Correct. You
Hold
also
on.
said it
All
here.
right. Kyla, go ahead, finish your point.
Okay. In the 1970s, which is what you hinged it to in this conversation when I asked you what time feminism started infusing women into the workforce and the she economy began, you did say that. In the 1970s, the thing that you actually think that was magical that happened is called the...
Let's see. Having children at a later age may be the destruction of the population pyramid, though. Nope. You just immigrate people. Like, it's not hard. We've been doing it forever. There's no reason why we can't do it anymore.
Quiet revolution. That's what you're citing. Claudia Golden's work, which, by the way, I chatted to her before this conversation. She loves your book, by the way. Claudia Golden discovered and coined the term the Quiet Revolution, which in the late 1970s, there was a revolution, not in an infusion of women in the workplace in the 70s. That was the same since the 40s. It's been a consistent progressive trundle up.
Let's see. Base Got Flashy saying, Kat, it's not that women choose to wait until their 30s. It's men who aren't sculpted like a Greek god needs to build their value in other ways, like career and accomplishments, and that takes time. I mean, just to be honest, like if you're going to be making like lifelong decision making like that, you should probably be, of sound mind. I don't see like an 18-year-old girl to be of sound mind. I'm sorry, they're not. Like they're a kid. They don't know what the fuck is going on. Like go to school. Like please just like have a solid socioeconomic status, then have children, right? Because then it'll be easier. You can take care of your kid and your kid will be happier.
What was different is women's relationship to work. Pre the Quiet Revolution, work was temporary, acute, and low-skilled for women because they understood they would have to go home and take care of kids. After the 1970s, they went, I think I could get an education and get long-term career prospects. So that's what's changed in the 1970s, that you're blaming all of the economic downturn, which I agree, there's a lot of economic problems on, which is not feminism. The 1970s, the economic problems that started there is connected to the gold standard and the Triffin dilemma.
All right, we can kick it back to Rachel. Both speakers have been told by the audience to shut up. So, Bob, if you can do me a favor, come to the front, is the next time someone does something like that, we're going to take them out of here, regardless of which speaker they're saying it to. All right, Rachel, 2 minutes.
So it wouldn't matter to me and to my argument whatsoever if Martians came down in 1910 and told the women to go join the workforce, and that's when it happened or how it happened or why. It doesn't matter to my argument one bit how, when, or why. It just matters that in every nation on planet Earth, when you send all the women into the workforce in huge numbers, they stop having kids. And what happens is what happened to Russia.
And there's like women can choose. Like the problem is that her argument requires forcing women to not be in the workforce. Like, and somehow you're like a lesser person for being in the workforce. Like, this would literally result in the collapse of the United States economy, or really any modern economy. It's not going to work out, right? And if you're worried about not having enough people in the workforce, just immigration. It's not that hard.
What happened to China, what happened to South Korea, which is you don't have a future anymore. There is no next generation to continue on. There is no future if you don't show up for it. So if you think you can continue this first world industrialized type of economy that you moved here for because you love the United States,
immigration.
You said we have problems, I agree.
It's not hard.
I'm not blaming like economic problems on women. I'm saying, well, it's extremely inefficient, and it's basically all propped up by men's tax dollars, as I proved in my opening. But it wouldn't matter. Like, I could just...
She even said that, like, what was it? Like, the total GDP, like 33% was women. So even if I presume that number to be correct, that would be a 33% loss in GDP. That would be a fucking nightmare. Like what was it? COVID was like a 12% loss in GDP. Yeah, let's triple that. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, sure.
Grant everything you're saying, it wouldn't affect my argument whatsoever because we still have this problem.
That would be worse than the 2008 crisis, by the way.
A future with human beings in it, or do you want more
that was
crumpled
bad.
cookies
Y'all guys remember
and
that
more
shit? That was
psychologists and more interior designers at the cost of a future generation that can maintain?
She like downgrades like women, like there's like less interior designers and less like psychologists, despite the fact that most women are getting degrees and there's lots of women doctors and women lawyers and people that do contribute. And yes, indeed, so do nurses and so do teachers and all these people that help. Like, so do daycare workers. Like, these are all productive members of society. You're a fucking horrible human being and I hate you. Like, just seriously, if you like
pain, first world infrastructure and complex systems that feminism relies on.
Gotcha.
I want you to answer that question.
So if your theory of everything, of all these problems that you've outlined, and I agree, a lot of these are legitimate problems. If your theory of everything is to put it at the feet of feminism, as you did in your intro statement.
Man, there's a lot of right-wingers in my chat. Make sure you guys are being respectful. I am not going to tolerate it. I will be very swift.
I'm going to say to you, I think things are probably a little more complex than you're giving it granted for. For example, as we've already agreed, although I think you forgot, it's not when you send women into the workforce that birth rates decline, it's education, as we've already talked about. But again, a really big kink in your armor for that narrative is that Gulf states don't have feminism, but they do have declining birth rates. And they don't typically let women broadly participate in the workforce. So what's going on in Gulf states? And the major difference is women getting education. Now, if you want to say that women getting education is feminism, I guess my question would be what your prescription is, that we just don't educate women at all. Because when you want to talk actually about economy, I would totally grant to you that men are the power engines of an economy in every single country. And I think that that's awesome. And I think that it's sad that men, I think, oftentimes don't get the credit that maybe we deserve for their ingenuity into the GDP engine. But the reality of economics is that what matters most for a country is that you are economically competitive against other global nations. Would you agree that the relative competitiveness is what matters when we're talking about GDP?
Okay, so I'll just grant everything you said there. Simone de Beauvoir famously said in an interview with Betty Friedan that if we allow women the choice, most of them are going to want to stay home and have babies. I'm paraphrasing, which is why she said we can't allow that. We shouldn't allow that.
It should be up to women to decide. Like, there's nothing wrong if you want to stay at home and have babies, but also, like, if women want to work, you can go work. Like, I don't see the problem, right? Like, let's have strong worker rights and representation and parental leave and all that good stuff.
We should tell them that they have to go to work, which is what the CCP did. That's what the Soviets did. That's what a lot of the Asian nations have done. They've said, like, China had a one-child policy because they were like, you ladies need to be working, right? What we see every time is that birth rates crash, and those governments have to correct course. All of them have had to try, and what happens is
you just have immigration. It's not that big of a deal.
You've created an economy that depends on two incomes, that depends on women working, like you said.
It also makes the economy more productive. That's the part that she doesn't. She thinks that, like, women just, like, start working and then, like, the value of labor just drops off the face of a cliff, despite the fact that women create jobs and they take jobs, like, just like everybody else. I don't see a reason why women are incapable of, like, running their own businesses or doing any of these other productive things. It's stupid, just dumbass.
It's the most important thing to be competitive in the global market, and these countries are having all their females work, then we got to do that too. And what I said in my opening is we're trading long-term stability for short-term gains, and it's coming back right now to bite us in the ass. So, yes, it's very complex. But how do we make babies? And what are we educating women for? Like, when I say education, I have no college degree. I went to cosmetology school, yet here I am with a best-selling book debating on a world stage.
I was one of the best-selling books debating on the world stage, saying bullshit that nobody agrees with except you and your fucking asshole of a husband. Oh, and the giant fucking horrible crucible crew that wants to take away rights from half the population. But, you know, hey, who am I, right? Where's the fucking experts? Where's the people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about? Oh, it turns out they're not there because nobody agrees with you, Rachel, you stupid fuck.
Doing all kinds of things, but I did it after raising 5 human beings that are going to go off into
and 3 husbands
the future and contribute. So I'm not now, nor have I ever been making the case that women can't.
Forever Rain, you said people should be encouraged to have family. People could choose if they want to have children.
Learn, be
That's the
educated.
Difference. That's the difference between me and, like, the right wingers, right?
We have the internet now. We have more access to information than ever before in history. What we don't need to do is send women to a university, saddle them with an average of $60,000 in debt, expect them to start
They still make more money even with that debt.
Career, and then they don't even start a family until they're 31.
On average, I believe, like, on average, over the lifetime of people, they make on average $1.5 million more than a non-accredited degree.
And it's almost too late.
Sure.
That's backwards.
So the reason why people invest in early on education.
Imagine spending $60,000 and then over the lifetime you have $1.5 million and you're smarter.
is it dominantly comes from, again, capitalism and modernization, because what you do early on in life is going to have the most net returns, right? Anybody
True.
who knows anything about investment knows this, right? If you,
Compounds.
as a young person,
Yes.
invest in education early and you are guaranteed a higher income, that will have net returns for your whole life longer. The reason why men and women are choosing to get married later is, frankly, because of what we've taught them with the Protestant work ethic and being good stewards of their family and their children. The reality is, I'm super happy that you've been really successful, right? You and Andrew are world level. You've got, I think you have a massive income at this point, right? That, your story isn't everyone's story, and it can't be.
True.
Because not everyone can be a best-selling author
True.
or a world-traveling debater.
True.
The reality is that a lot of women who opt for the postponing education typically never go back to it. They
True.
never actually end up achieving, and it's really, really hard, actually, to be 36, no background of education, you haven't worked in
True.
years, to try to vie for now career prospects that will be sufficient.
There's also like when men just end up abandoning their wives in their 30s because they think that they're like not hot enough or whatever. And then they decided to go trad wife, and that worked between like 18 and to 30. And then the father just stops giving a fuck and then leaves, leaving the wife basically with nothing. It's an awful situation to be in. Like, honestly, like, fucking have an escape strategy. Seriously.
Enough to fund you and your child. I agree that the dual income issue poses the biggest issue for families, and it poses a problem for men and for women. And the reason that that's happening isn't feminism at all. It's runaway inflation, right? It
True.
is dominantly low, it's called the K-shaped economy, right? You
True.
have people who are lower
True.
income, they have less ability to
Austerity
negotiate
politics did it.
wages because it is actually more profitable for
Blame
businesses
Milton
to
Friedman.
offshore manufacturing.
Right here, you have a pen here. If you can see right here, the components of the pen cannot be understood by anybody. No one man understands how this pen was made. Sorry, it's a... Have you guys ever seen Milton Friedman? If you look right here, no one man understands this pen. Some may say that the ferrule comes from somewhere in Zimbabwe.
Because of the Triffin dilemma. If you can build a $2 toy and you can build it in Vietnam,
Most men do not have escape strategies like that first. We're not billionaires around here. Yeah, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, you are such a fucking idiot. Holy shit, you're dumb. God damn, you're dumb. Okay, this is why you're dumb. Okay, so if the man is sitting there working all fucking day and they're the one making all the fucking money, then obviously they have an escape strategy. Jesus Christ, you're stupid. Holy crap, dude. I feel so bad for you people. I feel so bad. You guys are so dumb. Fuck, dude. Don't come in here and say the dumbest shit I've ever heard, bro.
for 50 cents, but in America, because workers are more educated and expect higher income and their dollar is worth
10
more,
seconds.
you unfortunately have to offshore it. It's more effective. That's why manufacturing left. It's not feminism.
Well, a lot of early feminists wrote a lot about how once we achieved full Marxism and communism, because feminism
Full
is,
Marxism
there's a capitalist
from
side. That's what my first
communism.
book was about. But the second one is about the Marxist communist
Not
side,
the Marxist,
which
the
wanted
communism.
to destroy the family so that we could have
Not the
women
Marxism of
workers
the
and we could have
communism.
communally raised children, where everybody's loyalty is to the state, and nobody can pass down private property or anything like that. When
Who? Where? I'm one of the most progressive people ever. I am not arguing this. Who is arguing this? Nobody is arguing this. You are making that up.
when you send all the women to work early and you tell them they have to go to college and they invest all of their fertile years, those feminists over 100 years ago saw that this was going to be a problem, and they said, in the future, our main obstacle is going to be biology. We're going to have to overcome biology.
You just have immigration. You can just immigrate people. It's
We're going to have
It's not hard.
transgenderism. We're going to have artificial wombs. We're going to need some way of
what's wrong? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Just have immigration.
dealing with the demographic cliff that's caused by pushing mothers.
What was the thing said by Hillary Clinton? You just need immigration. What was it? Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton. What do we do about the declining birth rate. Dude, she just called it herself. She's just like, yeah, just fucking have immigration. It's that simple. I'm trying to see where the fuck the, nah, you know what? I'm not going to be able to find the exact quote, but it's fine. Whatever.
There's out of motherhood and into the workforce because you can't do both. Motherhood is not a...
Don't get your niggers in a twist. Okay, they don't say the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What do you're saying that the men have no escape strategy, where it's like, if the men is the one that's working all the time, then obviously they have an escape strategy. They get bored of their fucking 30-year-old wife, of like the mother of like 3 children. And they want to go fucking live their fucking, like, they want to go fucking full, what is it? Andrew Tate. They're like, oh man, I got to get more women. I'm making over $100,000 a year. I better get another woman. So then they just abandon the fucking woman, which is awful, and that shouldn't happen. But that's kind of what happens when people are like live these vapid fucking lives and this fucking tradcon nonsense that's just ultimately toxic as fuck.
A nights and weekends gig that you do when you have time and you're not at work. It's a full-time job that deserves full-time attention, and there's never going to be a way around that unless you do want everybody to do the Dave Rubin thing and, you know, just buy designer babies and we'll just outsource wombs.
Whoa, first, what did you say? What did I say? Did I say something off?
We'll outsource daycare.
Are you drunk first? No, I'm completely sober.
And by the way, who's doing that? Just other women. So for you and I, if we want to have kids, our privilege of going to work means some other random woman who doesn't care about our child is now going to be raising them for 11 or 12 bucks an hour. What about her? Is that liberating and empowering for her? Is it liberating and empowering for me to spend all day at work?
Did first just say the N? I have no idea what you guys thought I said. I definitely did not say the N word.
Work and not see my child take their first steps? Or does it make more sense to tell women, hey, look, you can do a lot in this life. There's a lot of living after 40.
Forever Rain says, I heard it too. What did I say? I did not say the N word. That is not what I said or even tried to say. Roll the tape. I didn't say it. All right, we're getting a phone call. AWOL. You're on the line of First Amender.
Hello, First.
Hey, what's up, AWOL?
Nothing much. First, have you been drinking today?
No, I have not been drinking.
All right. Have you had a really bad day or something?
No, I'm having a great day.
Okay, you've been on kind of a tear tonight, man.
Rachel sucks, dude. Rachel sucks. They're awful, dude. This fucking tradcon bullshit is just such a load of horse crap, dude. It is total garbage. Total garbage.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like if you want to live the tradcon life, fine. I'm not going to stop you, nor am I going to like say that you should not live the tradcon life. You live your life as you see fit. The problem is she goes one step beyond, where it's like she thinks people are like a bad person if they don't choose that tradcon life. She's like, how do we get more babies when immigration would easily fix this problem? This is not hard.
Yeah, immigration would fix the problem. I don't think that's a good solution, though.
Why
first,
not?
Well, wait, 1 second. I called you because when you were doing, I think you were trying to say knickers. It came out completely wrong.
Okay. Anyway, why not?
Wait, don't anyway. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's not just me. A lot of people in the chat thought that you used like.
Okay, I did not say the N words. All right. Anyway, why not?
Well, can I finish what I'm saying?
Are you just guys going to be pretended to be fucking offended because I said knickers? Really? Now, why don't you fucking work with me here? I didn't say the N word.
Work with me. Wait, stop. Work
I
with me.
didn't say the N word.
Okay, I know you didn't. That's why I asked you.
Okay, so then stop wasting my time with the ridiculous nonsense.
Day?
Now, what is wrong with the solution of having immigrants for the solution of the birth rate problem?
Because if you solve the problem with just pouring in immigrants, eventually you lose what makes America America.
So hold on. I thought America was immigrants. Is that not the case?
Partially. But what you're talking about is mass.
What do you mean partially?
Shut up first.
What do you mean
partially?
You want to talk?
Let me talk.
What do you mean partially? I would venture to say
Okay, I don't need you to venture or say.
How many
Just
Native
ask me, let me
Americans
talk.
are in the United
Oh my God.
States? What is the percentage of Native Americans? Percentage of Native Americans, USA. What is the percentage? Okay, so it appears that the percentage of Native Americans is 1.1 to 2.1% based on World Population Review data. So, given that the World Population Review data of Native Americans is 1.1 to 2.1%, what do you think the rest of the 99% is?
Are you asking me that first?
What do you think the rest of the 99% is?
I'm sorry. I kind of tuned you out. I thought you were reading something.
AWOL.
Yes.
I said,
Yes.
isn't America made by immigrants? Isn't it immigrants? And you said partially. Now, is partially 99% of people? Or do you think that's most people?
Okay,
would you say that's virtually fucking everyone?
Stop asking questions
But
and
do you
not
think it's
letting me answer you.
ridiculous?
Shut up.
It's obviously it's
You
by
can let me talk.
immigrants.
Stop
So
talking.
no,
Oh my gosh,
it
shut
doesn't
up, man.
remove the demographics of
Get over
America.
yourself.
America
I can't
is
answer your question 'cause you're-
exclusively immigrants. So again, I need to understand, why do you have a problem with immigration as the solution to the issue? Mind you, we need workers now, not 18 years from now. Now. So what is the solution?
Okay, so you asked me multiple questions, but to start with,
That was
your whole
one
premise is
fucking
wrong.
question, AWOL. I don't like the
No, it
disingenuous
wasn't.
nature that I
Shut
get
up.
out of right-wing
Stop
nonsense.
talking.
You need to
Stop
answer the
fucking
simple
talking,
fucking
man.
question instead of
Stop
the
asking
dumb
questions
rhetoric
and then I
you
can answer you.
right-wing
Shut up.
douchebags like to argue. Now, please
don't
make your
understand how
argument.
conversation
What
works.
is wrong with immigrants?
Stop talking.
Oh, Jesus
Okay.
Christ, he can't do it.
As I was-
Please answer the fucking question. Please answer the question. What is wrong with immigrants? Obviously, it's not a demographic problem, because you said that it was mostly immigrants that would be coming into the country, when the fact is that most Americans are in fact immigrants, considering most Americans aren't a fucking Native American. So what's the problem of having immigrants again?
Okay, to start off with, you were talking about immigrants as far as America goes. I'm talking about an influx of people suddenly who aren't adapted to your culture, not something that
What?
happened over decades.
Who's
That's
adapted
what
to
I
the
was talking
culture? What are you
about. But
talking
then you went,
about?
shut the fuck
Do you
up.
think like
Let me at least answer the
Mexicans and
question.
like Venezuelans
You're still
aren't
rambling.
adapted to the
You
culture of the United
yammering
States?
little squirrel. Shut
God,
up.
I swear, it's always
Please.
racism. It's always racism. Anytime, by the way, FYI, anytime I hear a right-winger say culture, it is never culture. It is literally their race, right? Because they look at them, they see that they're brown, they'll be like, oh, they don't match our culture. That's how they make it politically work, when in reality it is race. So the whole thing, when I was saying that the reason why the immigration thing is not a solution to these right-wingers is because of racism. And then he goes in and proves my point. So why don't you explain to me? So if it's not race, help me out.
Okay. As I was saying, an influx of people coming into your country suddenly who have different ideals about how
What
society
fucking
is
ideals
supposed
do
to
you
work.
think that a Mexican has? A Mexican wants to work. They want to work and they want to make some fucking money, and so they're Catholic. What the fuck? They would work perfectly within the United States. In fact, we have lots of Mexicans in the United States. So why can't, and again,
Okay,
you need
yeah.
workers now.
Okay,
You need
well,
workers
again,
now,
it
not
sounds
18
like- it
years from
sounds
now.
like-
So how is
It
my
sounds to
solution
me
not
like you're the one
adequate?
who's being racist.
How is my solution
It sounds
not
to me like
adequate?
you're the one who's being racist.
How
because
is my
you brought up
solution not
Mexican.
adequate?
I haven't even given
How
you
is
a
my
single
solution not
demographic.
adequate? Answer it, dude.
Stop rambling.
Oh my
Make the
God. All right, I'm
conversation
done.
Go
I'm
one
done.
way
I'm
and
done.
then my way.
Hey, well,
and
if
then
you want to
back
come
you
back and
again.
actually have a conversation, we can do it. But dude, if you're going to do that stupid ass meta over and over
look,
and not
look.
answer the question, it just shows that you're a weaselly fuck. So I'm going to move on.
Oh, Weasley, fuck.
Yeah, you're being
You
a
little
weasel. You're not
crybaby.
answering any of my questions.
look,
You're not answering a
look,
single goddamn
no,
thing.
you are being
You're
a
just doing the
child,
dumbass
like you've
rhetoric
been a
that
moody
right-wingers
little
do because they
girl
actually don't
the
have an
whole
answer to
show
any of
as
this
it is.
stuff. Anyway, the solution is,
Look.
in fact, immigration. Anyway, have a great day. I just dropped a follow by Dan's Menu. I'm going to bring my homie in after. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, he wanted to bring up immigration. Yeah, again, the solution is immigration. Having babies is not a solution because it would require 18 years for those babies to become workers, or at least 16 years at minimum. And the reason why I steamrolled AWOL is because AWOL was not answering any question. In fact, it requires rhetoric and meta and nonsense. He needs to answer the question. And then when I asked him to answer the question, he ended up going back to the very thing that I knew was the problem. It's a racist position. They don't match our culture. They mean race, by the way. They just say that dumbass crap where they say that they don't match. But in reality, right, if you think about it, Mexicans do actually work within our culture. It would be perfectly fine within the culture of the United States, even if you presume culture alone. Let's be honest, right? A lot of Mexicans, what they're trying to do, they're trying to learn English. They're trying to adapt to the United States, quote unquote, culture, whatever that is, despite the fact that we're a multicultural society. Is just completely ridiculous. It ultimately comes down to racism. Yep. Okay, go see Barbara, South Ossetia. Sorry. Anyway, let's continue this this ridiculous. Honestly, this is a terrible debate. Rob, AWOL's friend. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's up, First? How you doing?
How you
man?
doing? What you want to talk
How
about?
are you?
Rob?
I say, how you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah, okay.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
I was just listening to you on AWOL, man. You ask him 1,000 questions every time he tried to talk. You ask him a different question, or you reshape the question.
I
What's
asked him
wrong with
one question.
You said what's wrong with immigrants?
Uh-huh.
Then he say about 5 words, and then you go in there and you say 20 words. Then you say, what's wrong with my solution? What's wrong with my solution? You didn't give that man a chance to speak. Do you see
I
that
didn't
now?
give him a chance. No, I did give him a chance to speak.
But do you
In
see what I'm
fact, he
saying
gave his
about
answer.
how
His answer
if you
was
ask him a
effectively that
question,
they don't match the culture. And that in itself is racist, right? Because how are you going to determine what their quote unquote culture is if not you're demographically profiling them on the basis of what they look
I
like,
don't
which is
know
their
if he was
race.
talking about here. He's talking about like in Europe, or if you look at what's happening.
We're talking about the U.S. We're not talking about Europe. Come on.
Okay, in the U.S., if let's say, for example, if 55 to 60,000 people came up on our beaches at one time, do you think that would affect our culture?
No.
55 to 60 people came within a weekend.
I think if you had 1 billion Chinese people show up in the United States, the culture of the United States would still be held, given the fact that there are still people in the United States here wanting to celebrate their culture. Cultures don't get destroyed by bringing in new people. Cultures are often celebrated alongside other cultures. It's a melting pot, right?
Okay.
Like you got the carrots and the onions and the potatoes.
Okay,
you know,
but
that's
there's a melting pot, right? Is there a limited amount of room in this pot? Is there a limited amount of room within the pot?
A limited amount of room in the pot. In theory, yeah. I mean, there's like one planet
not
Earth.
In theory,
there would only be so many. There would only be so many in theory.
Not in theory.
Possible.
So
to be fair, we're nowhere close. We're nowhere close to replacement.
But
to
okay,
that
at
problem.
the same time, I mean, do we have a homeless population problem?
Sure do.
Okay, so bringing in 55 to 60,000 people within a weekend, do you see how that problem could be exasperated by people coming in?
Yeah, I could see it. Yeah. I mean, I would involve a large infrastructure project to ensure these people get housed and they can be productive members of society. But that's the way that I would do it, right?
The way you would do it. But how many of them came here through the approved legal means? How would they just come in and
I don't care.
So open borders then.
I don't believe in open borders. I just think that we should get people valid pathways to amnesty.
Wash up on our shores and swim in. That means they didn't come through the legal approved means.
It
That
depends.
means that's open, and you want to house them.
Depends.
That
Depends.
means
Are they
open
coming in as
borders.
a refugee, or are they just coming in for no reason? These are different things.
Well, that still, you still need to ask them questions, and
Okay. Great. Get enough courts. Expedite the process. This isn't hard. Again, where exactly do you have a problem with immigration to solving the demographics issue?
I don't have a
How's that
problem with
not-
immigration per se.
Fair enough.
My
Yeah, I
issue,
agree.
my issue is that when someone like you who wants to take immigration, you want to have open borders with it, because I just gave you a
I
scenario
literally
in
just
which
got done saying that
55
I don't believe in open borders, and now you're
you
saying that I
say
believe in
that,
open borders.
but what you're describing is open borders. Somebody, people come
I
in.
want a
You
simple
said that,
pathway to citizenship, right? A simple
but I
amnesty
just
process.
gave you an example.
I would
of
even argue
55 to
is something
6.
similar
I even
to what
gave you the
Reagan
numbers.
argued.
I
Right?
even
He had a
gave you the
simple
numbers.
amnesty process.
I
he had-
gave you
yeah.
the numbers.
What
I
was the numbers under Reagan?
57
The
.5
U.S. economy
thousand
didn't
people.
collapse from
I
Reagan
gave
accepting
you
a bunch of amnesty numbers. So I don't understand the problem
7.5
here.
thousand people came in the U.S. not via the border, have not gone through any type of verification, came into the country at one time, and your first response is, "Well, I built a project for them in which to house them."
Yeah, I would build systems.
Do you
to
see how
house
that's
people.
not the exact same thing as open borders? That's exactly what it is.
It's not an
without
open borders. I've
verification.
already said that I
without
don't believe
saying
in
is
open borders.
Are
I
some
never
of those
argued
criminals?
open borders. Never did I argue it. I think a simple
But that,
amnesty
you're not
process
you're
that's
not
easier
phrasing
to
it as
follow
open
is what I
borders,
would do.
but that is open borders.
It's not open borders. I'm okay with having a border and border patrol and taking people in and ensuring that violent felons don't come into the country. That is not a problem for me.
But what you said was that you immediately housed them. That's the first thing that came out of
Yeah,
your
I would
mind.
do what I can so that way that they have a decent quality of living so they can get right to work. Yeah.
Right. So you pass everything that a border does. Screening. You want no screening or anything. That's an open border.
Never
first.
said that. Never said that.
You did. You said the first thing you want to do is house them.
Literally
The
did
second
not
thing
say
you
that.
were saying was to get some infrastructure so they can immediately start working.
You're fighting a phantom because that's not my argument. That's not
This
what
is
I'm
not
saying.
a straw argument.
Excadriller is saying Rob is destroying first, despite the fact that I never said any of this. I said
Here's what you
literally
said.
none of it, and yet somehow you're destroying me. I didn't say that at all. Hey, you know what, Rob? Why did you rape that 3-year-old? Why did you say that?
Here's what
just
you
now?
said. Here's what you said.
Obviously, you never said that, right? So it's kind of silly for me to argue that, right? Wouldn't that be silly?
Here's what you said.
Wouldn't that be dumb? That would be really dumb,
said.
right? I mean, to sit there and
Here's
say
exactly
that
what
you did something
said
as
first.
abhorrent
You
as that,
said,
right?
I would house
Fair
them.
to say, right? So I
I
never
would
said
house them
open borders.
and
I
build
never
an
argued open
infrastructure
borders. I
which
don't believe in
allows
open
them to
borders.
get to work
So if you want to actually
immediately.
address my position, we could discuss my
is that
position.
not what you said?
But if
Hold
all
on,
you're
hold
going to
on.
say is something that I never said, never argued, never argued for, and then say that I said it anyway, I have to move on. So please operate in good faith here. I did not say open borders.
In good faith is what
Did I
just
ever
said,
say
not what
open
you
borders?
said.
Did I ever say open borders? Did I ever argue open borders?
Okay, all right.
Did I ever argue open borders? Yes or no?
You did not use the word open borders. But here, did you say this?
I don't argue for open borders.
I didn't answer your question. Allow me.
Yeah, I don't argue for open borders.
Are you going to allow me?
I don't argue for open borders.
Here's what you said. They come in, they came in through, not via the border. You came in, you want to house them immediately, build an infrastructure for them so they can be housed, and then get them to work immediately.
Yeah.
And then get them to work immediately.
Yeah, if I think
correct?
they are refugees. Sure.
Now, that is the epitome of open borders. That is the definition of it.
You know what a refugee is?
It is.
By Geneva Convention standards, what should you be doing with refugees?
Like the Geneva Convention standard, you understand there's a point of law and there's the actuality of it.
Yeah, the point of
The thing
law is the Geneva Convention
what you're
standards.
saying
And what
is the
would Geneva
same thing.
Convention standards say you do about refugees?
Well, here's what the United States is doing. We haven't declared war on Iran, but yet we bombed them consistently for 2 weeks.
The question about the Geneva Convention standards.
Next question. Next question. I see
All right,
that
yeah,
you're
so
not
just so
going
you're
to
aware that
respond
under Geneva
to.
Convention standards, what you do with refugees is that you let them stay in your country. That's
See,
what you
somebody
do.
said you can house them
By
and
law.
require documents,
By law.
but he
That's what you
didn't
do.
mention that, Bo Bro.
That is
He
what you
didn't
do.
mention
But that's what you
requiring
do.
documents.
I'm okay with requiring documents. There's nothing wrong with
But
that.
that's the first time you've mentioned that because we've
well,
talked
then you
about
should
that back and
probably
forth,
ask me what
and
my
you never
argument is
mentioned it.
instead of sit there and assume that I want open borders, which I never argued.
It's the point of what you said.
I never said any
It's like
of
I
those
said,
things.
the United States has never declared war on Iran, and yet we bombed them pretty much for the last 4 or 5 months.
Bomb them. You're in favor of bombing Palestinians.
We've
Are you in
never
favor? You're not.
declared
You're in
war
favor.
on them.
You said it yourself. You just said bombing. You're in favor
how
of
do the
bombing
people of-
Palestinians.
How do the
You're in favor of bombing Israelis.
How do the people of
You're in favor of
Iran
bombing Israelis
feel?
and Palestinians because you said
I
bombing.
didn't say. Oh, you're missing
But you
my
said
point. You're
bombing.
going
That's
down.
like bombing Palestinians and Israelis.
What I said was,
Jesus.
once they bomb them, we haven't declared war upon them. Is there a difference?
I'm just trying to
Is there a
illustrate that I never
difference?
said these things. And you're
Is there a
pretending
difference?
Like I said these things. I never said
You
them.
didn't. You never said open borders, but you're doing everything open borders.
You got
We
anything else
never
for me
declared
before you
war on
behave in
Iran,
bad faith,
but
Rob,
we're
or
acting.
maybe
We've
next time
never
you
declared
you
war on
actually address
Iran.
things that I say and not like things that you've made up in your
I
head.
just, I
Do you
just
have
gave
anything
you
else?
a real life correlation. Yes. What are your thoughts on what's going on? Well, what are your thoughts on the DSA and how all the Democrats win that are kind of saying that they're Democratic? So what are your thoughts on them?
I'm not
winning
I'm
around
not
the
a
country?
DSA, but I'm in favor of progressive policies that DSA would push. Sure.
Okay.
I wouldn't go as far as they would likely want to. They would probably go for like worker co-ops. I don't necessarily. I think like in certain situations, worker co-ops work good, but other situations where they don't. So I just
Not
diverge
only
with them
that,
from
they
there.
want to go to the extreme of no prisons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that.
They are insane. That is insane.
Yeah,
in
I
the
don't agree
United
with that.
States,
I'm not
no
a DSA.
prison.
I'm not a DSA guy, so
Okay, good. I didn't feel like he was going to that extreme.
yeah, I'm pretty progressive
And
though. So there's that.
what about the way that the along Spanish-controlled African areas that they're storming the beach in a sense?
What?
Immigrants, the Moroccans, are coming in via the beach and popping up. That would happen. 55 to 60,000 people over like a weekend showed up
I don't even know
along
what you're
their
arguing
beach.
at this point.
No, I'm not arguing that. I'm asking you a question on your opinion
I
on
don't
it.
know what you're talking about.
67,000 people died as a result of this. They had to deploy the military, protect the beaches,
Yeah, I'd have to look
and
up. I'd have to look it up
fires and all that.
to give you
You
an
haven't
idea.
seen that at all?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, just in theory, okay. If that many people showed up on the beach and those people still on the beach, how should they respond to it?
If 66,000 people showed up on the beach, I don't know. Are they refugees? You should apply Geneva Convention standards if they're refugees.
That many?
Yeah.
Every country has those resources.
Yeah. Well, they're required to be as a part of. If your country is safe, you have to take them in.
All right, and then as a result, 67 people died.
I would take people in.
Of your citizens?
I would take people in.
But your citizens, 67 of your citizens died.
I don't care.
Just your citizens, none of them, just your citizens.
I don't care. I would help people. The goal is to help people.
Well, so you wouldn't like kind of restrict their movements and find out what's going on with them?
Sure. But like I would intake them as typical, right? They're refugees.
Okay, only if they're refugees, though, right?
I mean, if they're refugees, then
I'd say only
we have
if,
a reason to have them here. If they're not refugees, you could just deport them, I guess. Sure.
Do you think people should be people
just give them
that
a
come
safe
to your
flight
country?
home. That's it.
People come.
Treat them
if they
humanely,
can't-
right? Like not
No. What I'm
drag them
asking
off in
the people-
chains. You just, here's a flight home, and then that's it.
people that came into your country illegally, do you jail them first and then send them home?
No, I wouldn't jail. It's
Or
a civil violation.
it's a civil violation, but okay, but look, as
Yeah,
a
it's like
result
similar
of
to
them
like
coming in civil,
jaywalking, or it's like or any
I
misdemeanor.
get that. It's not the same as it's not
serious.
the same as jaywalking, but as a result of this
But it's a
invasion,
misdemeanor, right? Your first offense is a misdemeanor. I think like the second offense is
and
a
I get
felony.
that, and I
but,
get
like,
that.
I mean, if you're showing
I
up into
get
this
that. I
country,
get that.
you came
Are
here
you gonna
illegally,
allow
like
me
it's
to
just a
finish my thought,
misdemeanor. I'd
please?
like help you out. You know, that'd be it.
I get that, but as a result of this invasion, when that many people came over, that's not like a person, their family and their extended family coming. That's organized. That's a huge organization that decide, hey, this is what we're going to do.
I don't know if that's the case of an organization or if it's they're going
If
through a war torn. I don't know.
55 to 60,000 people. What else would you call that other than organized?
A war torn area where a bunch of
But
people had to
it's
flee.
organized though.
A war torn area that everybody had to flee.
But they still organized to come here, right?
I don't think it would be organized so much as that they're all in fear of their
how
lives.
could 50 to 60,000 people, 55 to 60,000 people
So if you started
decide on one
bombing
thing
an
at one
area
time?
of like 100,000 people, it would not surprise me that 50 to 60,000 people without any organization
At one
required
time?
show up at the same time. Yes, because the
At
bombing
one
would have
time?
happened at once.
Okay, so they all got on a boat
Yeah.
and came and then swam. I mean, it has to be organized.
Then what are you arguing? Like, what do you think is happening? Like George
I'm
Soros
asking
is
you.
like bringing them in?
The word organized.
I think like one
I mean,
area gets like negatively impacted and they're all show up at the same time. Like, I don't know what the fuck the problem is.
so they still organized. They came up with the solution, right?
Yeah, if they're refugees, you help them
Okay,
out.
so we
What's the
can't, and as a result, 67 people of our 67 of our citizens died as a result of it, right? So
What?
now we can't. 67 people died. So now we can no longer use words like jaywalk in this instance, can we?
How did they die? Like, what are you talking? I don't even know what you're talking
As a
about.
result of all these people storm coming in, 67 people died. None of them, all of them.
Let me look this. What is this story
citizen-
about? What is this story
It's about
What's it called? What is Morocco
Spanish beach
beach
flooded
story
by Morocco,
right, hold on.
Moroccans.
Estimated 80,000 migrants, fueled by online rumors, rushed and swam across the border of Morocco into Ceuta, a small Spanish territory of North Africa. Crowds flooded onto local beaches like Tarajal, overwhelming local infrastructure, sparking a military deployment and leaving hundreds stranded. Fueled by a runaway social media rumors, crowds of people swarm around breakwaters and walked along the shoreline from Morocco into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta. Casualties: at least 99 people died during the chaotic crossings due to drowning or crushing incidents at the breakwaters and fences. All right, so for starters,
Keep going.
the people
keep
that
going.
died are the people that
Keep going.
that were
Keep going.
coming.
Keep
Spain
going.
deployed its armed forces and the civil guard, instilling floating sea barriers to secure the coastal border. Tens of thousands of adults quickly returned or were sent back to Morocco within days. Stranded holdouts, thousands of migrants, and hundreds of unaccompanied children remained stranded. It's really sad. Sleeping on local beaches and hillsides with scarce food and water. Ceuta, small migrant reception center built for 600 people, is critically at overcapacity. We can look at AP News for, I wonder why that they all showed up. We'll pull it up. Hold on. It started with Instagram posts that suggested that Spain's border with Morocco was opening up. Then came Facebook users tracking Coast Guard patrols, and TikTok videos were showed where to swim. After many shares and comments, thousands of Moroccans became convinced that Europe was suddenly within reach. Within hours, young people began heading towards the border with the Spanish territory of Ceuta of North Africa. Packed buses rolled into the neighborhoods with Moroccan city of Frinidec. Regional trains filled up. Taxis did too. By the time authorities reacted, some 72,000 people had reached Ceuta in just a few days, the largest migration surge between Morocco and Spain in years. More than 80 migrants died on both sides of the border, including those who drowned and others who were killed in a stampede, authorities said. Nearly all the surviving migrants soon returned, but the fallout from last week's event will linger. Rumors started online. In the northern Moroccan city of Larache, 93 miles from Ceuta, 3 friends watch a video posted by an Instagram account called Haraga Ceuta, claiming that the border would be open. Haraga refers in a Moroccan dialect to young migrants who destroy their identification papers and try crossing illegally into Europe. The post convinced Anas Amarani, Yahya Yarak, and Ismail Atik was worth risking the journey. Can I just FYI, anybody who was posting this rumor needs to go to jail. Just FYI,
I
they
agree.
killed people as a result.
I was thinking the same thing because
for
they said there's all this death and all this all over people starting this. Internet influencers started this because of them. All this happened.
Let me finish
they do
it. So,
need some death.
for migrants hoping to reach the Spanish territories, the most common route begins in Finidec, where many attempt the roughly 3-mile or 5-kilometer swim around the border breakwater. Others leave from nearby village of Belunich. One TikTok video mapped the exact route swimmers should follow. Yeah, jail. This guy, jail. This guy's putting people in danger. On Facebook groups such as Finik Bab Sebta, users shared screenshots from vessel tracking platforms to identify moments when Coast Guard patrols appeared lighter. Yeah, also jail for these people. Some sought advice using inflatable boats. Others advertised wetsuits for sale. I saw an online border that was open, and I decided to go, said 17-year-old Oman Danbor from Frinik, walking back exhausted along the coast. It's unclear who is behind the claims that the border was open or who operated many of the social media accounts, several of which were deleted after the crossing. The Associated Press contacted several accounts but received no response. The surge of Ceuta touched a political nerve in Europe, and the European Union is investigating what happened. The EU's migration commissioner expressed concern Tuesday about online disinformation, but did not identify a specific culprit. Chaos unfolded at the breakwater. As migrants reached the shores of Ceuta, mass chaos erupted a narrow concrete breakwater where many tried to climb onto land. According to multiple migrants interviewed by the AP, people rushed to scramble over slick rocks at the same time, pushing and climbing over one another. Several said that they saw people knocked back into the water and forced beneath others, leaving them unable to resurface as migrants sought to reach land. I stepped on the face of a dead man while I was climbing out. I hope God forgives me and all those whose bodies were found, said Lachen Kalouche, a Moroccan migrant who reached Ceuta before returning home distraught. At least 72 people died on the Spanish side of the border. Another 11 died on the Moroccan side. Tens of thousands of migrants have since returned to Morocco, either from being expelled or leaving by choice because of lack of shelter, food, and water in Ceuta. This is really sad, actually.
It's sad. But
it's terrible.
How should that government deal with it?
Crackdown on misinformation online?
That's the obvious thing, of course. There's zero disagreement between us there. But you're saying just house these people, and you have to send them back.
If they are refugees.
No, did you hear the word refugee mentioned in the article?
I said if they were if. I'm saying,
no,
you said that I should house these people. I never said that. I said if they are refugees, you house them on the basis of Geneva Convention standards. Also, it's the right thing to do.
I say in this situation, there's no claim of refugees. They saying that, oh yes, we will allow. They're just trying to beat the rush. We're going to open our borders up to certain people and not really open the borders. I don't want to use your words. I don't want to use the words. Right. But even if they had said that we're going to allow people to a certain number of people to immigrate, and they try to jump the line and go through the water. So that's what I said. My question to you was, how should the government handle that situation?
Help them get back to their country.
Thank you. That was it. I agree. They
treat them as human beings. That's the problem. Is like where we start to dehumanize them and treat them like garbage. And let's be honest, right? It wasn't Spaniards that were killed. It was the Moroccans.
No, they were
sad from misinformation. That was
right. They said on both sides of the border there were some Spanish people died as well.
And it wouldn't surprise me, right? Like the reason why these people ended up deleting their accounts because they realized that they had legal trouble.
Right. When I thought the same thing. When they saw that happen, they're like, "Oh man,
better delete
they're
that
gonna
account."
come for us. They're coming for us. We
Yeah.
gotta get it. I gotta stop that." I agree 1,000%. But so sending them back to their country, okay, we're in agreement then. Good. All right. Well, you have a good rest of the show then.
See you later, Rob.
Talk to you later, I guess.
Bye.
All right.
All right. I don't think we disagreed. Spain, Ceuta, immigrants. You didn't treat me like a human being, you nuts. Yeah. Wow. Did you just call me a pedophile? Yeah. Enjoy the band, cat. It was nice knowing you. Holy shit. That's fucking incredible that you would sit there and call me that. That's insane. Yeah. Enjoy the perma ban. All right. Anyway, where were we? Are we going to keep watching the Rachel Wilson thing? Rachel Wilson.
You know, focus on family first. Find your husband, build your family, grow together. Your husband's income will grow as your family grows. And then after that, there is a ton of stuff that you can do. There's all kinds of other options.
Starting to sound like a Marxist socialist, Rachel. So I'll be the first to grant you that the way that America has its orientation towards mothers, particularly within like capitalism and the way that we, for example, don't give them any maternity leave. I think in many states it's like 2 weeks here, which is crazy, right? There's very little tax credit incentives to make having a family more affordable for the common man, right? So there are many things that I think the government can and should do to make it so that family rearing is more affordable. The reality, though, that you're prescribing for people of the young girl who's at 19, stays home, gets married, has kids. Number one, the reality is that those marriages are the most likely to dissolve. It's the highest divorce rate group is young people getting married. Second of all, the reality is that that young man, he basically will have to sacrifice, if he even wants to begin to having any amount of income to be able to afford his 5 babies, for example. The reality is that man is going to entirely sacrifice his fatherhood, right? How many men here work more than 40 hours a week already?
True. True.
Yeah. How many of you work more than 50?
Oh, shit.
More than 50 hours.
Wow, that's a lot.
More than 50.
Yo, fuck that shit,
60.
Bro. I'm quitting my job at fucking 50 hours,
yeah.
bro.
Men work so much. They work so much, and your prescription is that they miss their childhood's first steps. They miss talking to their kids. They miss fatherhood because they're attached to their
paternity leave and maternity leave,
for
bro.
their family because mom shouldn't work and shouldn't work for an economically viable option. That's ridiculous, right? That's actually.
By the way, in like most countries, they have paternity and maternity leave. There's no reason why the richest country on planet Earth couldn't do that. It's like a difference in work culture. We just work too damn hard here in the U.S.
Telling young men, abandon your children for the next 10 years until you've made it. It is.
All right.
True. Wow, look at all the fucking bitches fucking booing. Yo, fuck these the men are booing themselves there. They're literally like arguing against their own lives. Boo.
I agree. That's very bad. It's very bad for Rachel to do to men.
All right.
I've miscarried twice, but nice try.
Relax.
Didn't stick as well as you hoped it would, hey?
Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah,
we'll give you 2 minutes.
So,
all right, in the back, keep it down.
Are they going to be exited or just the ones that are heckling the other way? I mean, he said weird stuff about my children. It's kind of weird.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he made some comment about me not having children.
Bob, can you find him?
Listen, we don't need to make any of this personal, guys.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary. I
right.
care about
Help
the
us
arguments and the
find,
worldviews.
I miscarried, but thank you for your concern.
Let's see. Josian says these clowns argue that they want families, but they won't support good worker rights like parental leave and decent work hours. Yo, absolutely true. Because they can't stand the idea of people like getting a break, and people need to like work until you're like 80, and like fuck you if you like want like decent quality of living standards.
Help us find that person. We're gonna walk them out. Don't
we have maternity leave in the United States? It's highly limited. highly, highly, highly limited. Very much, much less than most than most other European nations. It doesn't make any sense. Like, again, you're the richest country on planet Earth. There's no reason why we would not be able to have maternity or paternity leave by requirement at a national level.
Folks, sorry about that, Kyla. I honestly, I thought it was like they were agreeing with you. I didn't hear what they said. So I agree with you. Yeah, folks, don't bring up people's families. And again, I want to be easygoing, so if it's like something playful and you agree or something, like, I'm not going to flip out. But if it is malevolent toward one of the speakers, and we're just going to take you out right now. So who's 2-minute response? Go ahead, Rachel.
So Elizabeth Warren, of all people, wrote a book called The Two-Income Trap. And there's a reason why you could still post-industrialization.
Oh, man. Can I just tell you, this bitch is the queen of misquoting people and what books argue and say. So what was it? Two-Income Trap by Elizabeth Warren. What does the hold on. Let's do a quick Cliff Notes, right? We'll chat GPT it, right? Cliff Notes of the Two-Income Trap by Elizabeth Warren. We're going to hear what the Two-Income Trap argues, and then what Rachel Wilson is going to fucking wish out of the fucking out of the ether. Anyway, let's take a look here. Okay, book argues that middle class families aren't going broke because they are buying too many luxuries. Instead, they're trapped because the cost of necessities has risen much faster than incomes, forcing both parents to work and stay in the middle class. The two-income trap. One parent usually worked, the other parent often stayed home. The breadwinner lost their job. The stay-at-home parent could enter the workforce, providing a financial backup. Today, both parents already work. Families buy homes and make financial commitments, assuming both incomes will always exist. And if either parent loses a job, gets sick, or needs care to the family, there's no backup income left. The result is a much greater financial fragility. The overconsumption myth. Warren argues Americans aren't going bankrupt because they're irresponsible consumers. She points out that, adjusted for inflation, families often spend less on clothes, food, appliances, but they spend dramatically more on housing, childcare, healthcare, transportation, college tuition. That extra paycheck gets absorbed by these fixed costs rather than increasing financial security. Housing is the biggest culprit. One of Warren's biggest arguments is that parents compete for houses in neighborhoods with good public schools. Better schools drive up home prices. Families stretch their budgets to buy into those districts. Once they do, they are locked in. I would actually probably argue that home prices actually create better schools. It's kind of like a self-defeating loop, because if you have a more expensive house, there's more money that gets garnered from property taxes that then goes to the school. So if you have higher value houses, there's just going to be a better school, period. So housing is, okay, anyway, why families with children struggle more? According to the book, having children is one of the strongest predictors of financial distress. Childcare, school quality, health expenses, college costs make families with kids much more financially vulnerable than couples without children. True. Credit makes things worse. Credit cards, home equity loans, low down payment mortgages. These let families survive temporarily, but often leave them with overwhelming debt if something goes wrong. Proposed solutions. The authors argue for structural reforms rather than simply telling families to budget better. They suggest universal preschool childcare, more school choice so housing determines education less, slower growth in public university tuition, stronger consumer financial protections, limits on predatory lending and high interest rates, and more cautious mortgage lending standards. Economists have challenged part of this book, saying some argue Warren is overstating housing cost increase, but not fully accounting for the fact that Americans tend to buy larger, higher quality homes than in previous generations. Others contend that dual income households... Anyway, okay, all right, it's fine. Now we understand. Now we're going to hear how Rachel is going to fucking butcher this shit.
And post-technological revolution have a janitor who could support a family of 6 or something like that on a single income, and now you can't. Yes, there's lots of economic factors, but the biggest one, and the one that's different than every other economic downturn throughout all of history, is that when you push, and this is, proponents of feminism actually say this. They say, oh, it's great when you send all the women and the moms to work, you get this much higher luxury standard of living, you get a higher GDP. But they'll also admit that this does create a reliance on that. So we're building sectors of the
Yeah, you'll notice that that Elizabeth Warren did not argue that. We just read the Cliff Notes. That is not what is being argued by Elizabeth Warren.
economy around things like education. Women dominate healthcare and education over every other type of job, and then everything else is like cottage industry stuff like Etsy. Like I have an Etsy shop and I have a brownie shop. You guys see like
This is just her being disparaging to women in general. There's no reason to think that women are just on Etsy or whatever. Like, as opposed to what? Men on Etsy? Like, even I used to fucking do stuff in Etsy. Like, what the fuck?
5,000 different cake and cookie shops that are in every
Stupid.
single mall now. It's like, how many of these do we need? We started offshoring all of our, manufacturing and all of that. This is all bad stuff, but it was made possible. It was made possible by pushing all the women. Now we have all this new labor. Nope. This was what the big industrialists of the Gilded Age did. Get the women into the factories, pay them cheap labor, like you said.
To be honest, if you just had like unions where people were paid adequately and there's like workers that can unionize and actually argue for better wages, this would fix that problem. But,
this
she's
was
not
the
going
beginning. Then you pass the income tax. Now we're taxing 2 people in the household instead of just 1. Then we pass.
Incarceration 613 is correctly saying women are directly to the largest increase in overall personal wealth in the history of humanity. Yo, true. Absolutely true. Based.
Compulsory education systems. Now you have to send your child to public school and you have to pay the taxes for that too. So the net result of all of these things coming together and creating this new great society is the daddy is your government now. Or the government's your daddy now. Sorry.
No. By the way, she wants the government to be your daddy, but she just wants the government to be your daddy to force you to like be like not working, but have to be a stay-at-home mother. Yeah, okay. But just FYI, right? By the way, I guarantee you, Natsa Erudite is probably okay with stay-at-home mothers, right? The problem isn't like it's enabling women to be able to choose if they want to be a stay-at-home mother or be working.
Sorry, I switched it. The government's your daddy now, and all those men who just raised their hand who work 50, 60 hours a week, how many of you would prefer your wife to go to work and your children to be raised in daycare so that you...
This will literally be every single, because just FYI, like 80% of these people are like Crucible member fucking chuds, right? They don't actually have like wives or anything like that. They're just like awful human beings, like unironically. Like they are not good people. Okay. They want women to have less rights. Women are lesser beings to these people. So it doesn't surprise me if they're going to say some fucking, they're going to all agree with Rachel Wilson here. This is not a friendly crowd for Natsa Erudite.
You can work less.
None.
Of
course not.
Exactly. So again,
they prefer to be home with their kids as well. I suspect they would probably prefer to be able to know your kid's first words. You don't want to watch your kid walk for the first time. You don't want to be there. You just want it on filmed footage because you're at work.
Andrew worked 60, 70-hour weeks for 12 years and still was a very integral part of the kid's life.
Well, the issue is it's not a critique of dads and saying that you guys are bad dads. I think you guys are probably excellent dads who love your kids. And in fact, you're working.
You imply these right-wing chuds have kids, bro. They don't. Probably not.
To provide.
To be fair, I don't have kids, right? So, hey, who am I? Who am I to say, right? That's just a whole other fucking can of worms. But anyway.
Kids. But this idea that mom stays home and dad works, it is denying you guys the ability to spend time with your children. You are trading it. Do you know what the number one regret of all men in hospice? Do you know what the number one regret is of all men in hospice? Not spending enough time with their kids. It is. Aww. And the reason why is because they are told, particularly from this side, that you're not a good enough man if you're not solely providing for your family.
True.
Even though the reality is that the corporate elites at the top have made it damn near impossible for you to do so on one income. What is upper middle?
More right-wingers have kids than left-wingers. That is true, but what's also a pretty strong determinant? Your kids don't always believe what you believe, you stupid fuck. I love that fucking, the racist, like, it comes from like that racist demographic replacement. Like, oh, Muslims have more babies than in the US than white people. So there's going to be like more, there's going to be more Muslim babies and they'll all be Muslim and they'll be like less. And then so they like to like extrapolate that into the fact that like right wingers tend to have more kids because they're like Christians and they're like psychopaths and like to have children at like 15. They're going to say that it's, that right wingers are having more babies, but I don't know about you. I don't think you have the same beliefs as your parents. Hot take. Do you guys have the same beliefs as your parents? Because I certainly fucking don't. That shit's bonkers. Let me see here. I have a kid and I absolutely consider my ability to spend time when considering a job and career. Yo, absolutely true. Absolutely true. Did you just call me a stupid fuck amender? Yes. Yes, because you're the one making the argument of a fucking dumbass demographic replacement without even considering that there's nothing inherent about being a right winger or left winger that your kids will therefore be right winger or left winger. That's just dumb. Don't say dumb things.
Middle class right now, I think it's like $93,000 in certain states. That's a lot of money, right? A lot for one person. And the reality is you guys have almost no negotiating wage power, mostly because we're flooding things with like reduction of jobs through AI. And also because again, of this expectation that you are paying the cost of fatherhood, so moms get motherhood.
Ex-Driller says, I don't have the same belief as my parents because they believe in Hinduism, which I don't believe in. Yeah, yo, true. See what I mean? See what I mean? Just because your parents believe in a thing doesn't mean you believe in it. See how that works? It's pretty cool. Pretty interesting how that works. And
I don't love either of you trade-offs. What I want is a situation where families can flourish, but it's not feminism. It's not some simple, small thing. It's so much more complicated than that. And if we don't have the real...
Who wants their wife working 50 plus hours? Not me. Not me.
Conversations about the people pitting us against each other while they're raking in millions and billions, trillions, I think now,
True.
at the top. We're never going to solve this issue. We're just going to keep
That's her.
pointing
That is so
at men,
based. I
pointing at
love
women,
her.
being like, it's all each other's fault. It's like, it's not. It's like, it's bad antitrust law.
Based
and
as
a K-shaped
fuck.
economy that's
Based
fucking
as
with all of us.
fuck.
I agree with the problems you outline. It's
Based
not
as
good.
fuck.
It is a problem, but it's not
She
feminism.
falsely attributes it's feminism. It's not feminism. Based as fuck. So true. So true.
All right.
Great work.
So you might remember in my opening how I said that 1/3 of all American men are not in the workforce. It's a historic low male participation rate. Do you know?
I wonder why that is. Let's pull it up. Why? Why is there a low work participation rate among men? USA. I should probably put it in USA. Because I promise you, right? Rachel Wilson is going to fucking make the insane positions that are just not backed by anything. Let's see. So this is from the Federal Reserve Bank. So it's fair to say it's probably a good source. Low work participation rate among American men, which has dropped from over 86% in the 1950s to 68% today, is driven by an aging population, the loss of traditional blue-collar manufacturing and construction jobs due to automation and globalization, rising chronic health and disability issues, and shifting educational attainment where women now outpace men in college degrees. Now let's hear Rachel's reason.
You know why? It's not just automation. It's that most of these men have no prospect of marriage or family that they...
Not what the Federal Reserve thinks. Not at all. Wrong. Just making up shit.
They can see. And so they don't see any point. And they're going to stay at home and live in mom's basement and play video games where they can at least pretend to be...
Wrong. Wrong again. Making up random shit. She's really good at making up random shit. It's a good thing that we know that's not the case.
Winning the game of life. Men need challenge. They need to be able to go out into the world and overcome and become who they are. That's what being a man is. And when you send all the women to work and tell them, don't get married, that's dangerous, you'll get abused, which, by the way, is a total myth and a complete lie. All we did with no-fault divorce was shift the pool of abuse from married women to women living with their boyfriend. You are 40% more likely to be abused in a cohabitative relationship than you are if you're a married woman. And what has happened is
What?
there's no true solutions.
How first of all, how do you get that number? It's only going to be people who actually report abuse as opposed to like people who don't report abuse. And if they're like in a marriage, like this is like the survivorship bias problem. Like it's the same issue.
It's this pie in the sky, like, oh, we'll just.
I need to just have like that. I need to have that graphic just around like survivor shit bias. For those who are not aware, hold on. Where's the graphic? You got to use this graphic every single time, guys. The reason. Guys, we need to figure out where we're going to be reinforcing our planes. So we got back the planes from the war, and these are where we found bullet holes. So we should probably reinforce the areas where there's bullet holes. Can anyone figure out why this is an error in logic? Anyone here? Can anyone here understand why I'm bringing up bullet holes? And please, can someone, I'm sure somebody in chat will be able to answer the question. Come on, class. Please, class. Please, I believe in you. You will know. You will know. You will know. Come on. Why is it an error in logic to think, man, look at all these planes that came back, and we seem to observe all of these holes that what we're going to reinforce for the planes, all the areas where there's holes or where there was holes. Why would there be an error in the logic? All right. The reason why there's an error in the logic is nobody is answering is because you're not accounting for the planes that didn't make it. So you'll happen to notice these areas here is probably where fuel would be, as well as where the engines are. If you shoot one of the engines or where the fuel is, well, guess what? You're probably not making it back to the port. Josian, accurate. Yo, W's in chat for Josian. You are cherry picking the ones that survive. So when you're bringing up, well, if you think about it, like, women who are married, they get abused way less than is their boyfriend. Yeah, because they can't escape. That's why they can't escape. They're not going to report their husband if their livelihood is at stake. They're just going to take it on the fucking chin and move on, and you will be none the wiser, you idiot.
Just have UBI and socialism, and then everyone can stay home with the kids, and everybody can just work part-time. Again, if you value this first world, like, high standard of living, that's not going to happen with the men that go out there and make it happen. And everything you enjoy about this first world standard of living was built by men who were willing to risk death to get the girl and have the family and go out there and risk something and build great things that took multiple generations to build for their future, for their children. And if you're not going to give them children and you're not going to marry them, they have no incentive.
I refuse to answer your question on the grounds that if you are my teacher, then that's systemic racism, and I will not answer you to your white man. Fuck your... Okay. Good work.
To do that. That's where the problem is. And you still haven't addressed it.
Sure. So
let's see. Her voice is like scratching my fingernails on a chalkboard. Yo, true.
Lots to tackle there. 1/3 of men are not in the workplace anymore. Isn't the GDP still going up? So if men are the most important for that, and they're the highest output, and women are filling in all those spots, why is our GDP still increasing while men's workplace participation is decreasing? Is that maybe because women are able to also be efficient in the workplace potentially and accommodate for some of these things?
We're not doing the 2 minutes anymore. No, there's a lag. There's a lag with birth rate too.
I'll defer to you, Rachel, because
sure. Well, I'll just answer this one quickly. It's something that a lot of people don't understand about demographics. You can have below replacement rates for quite a long time before you all of a sudden hit. That's why they call it a
Yeah, again, just have immigration. This isn't hard.
cliff, because it'll look like, oh, and this is why people say, oh, we're actually overpopulated.
have
There's too
immigration.
many
It's not
people,
it's not tough.
and
This isn't hard.
the population is still growing. It's an actual delayed thing where it
Isn't
keeps
hard. You just have
growing, and then
immigration.
all of a
It's
sudden
not
it
tough.
goes bam, and it hits like this low. And again, I have graphs on my phone I wasn't able to put on there.
I don't know
but
why this is so
you
hard.
look
Just
at
have
Russia,
immigration.
South Korea, China, places.
The
that have
solution is
tried this,
immigration.
that's exactly what you see with their birth rate.
We need
They'll
workers
go
now,
up,
not
and then
like,
it'll
you know,
sharp downturn,
not
and
18
then they
years from
try
now.
to get it back up, and it never recovers. So it's like a snowball effect. So yes, GDP is still going up for now. We have maybe 30 to 50 years before we hit serious
Then
trouble
I guess
that we
you're dead,
might not
huh?
recover from for like many generations.
Okay, so you'll be
Maybe.
dead.
I'm sure
Cool.
you don't have a single source for that claim.
I
but that's
just
fine.
said, look
No
at,
source.
look
Yeah,
at
again, you just have immigration. This is solved with immigration. Like within the year, this is
South
solved.
Korea, look at China, look at Russia.
Look at Korea and look at China and look at Russia where they did the thing, except immigration.
Oh, that would be
They
great if
have
you would
not
tackle the
recovered.
Gulf states. But again, a really big problem with your narrative
Gulf
that you're
states are
pushing here,
behind us,
a big
though.
problem with the narratives that you're pushing here is that the Gulf states are
Blows
not
me
letting
away,
women
bro.
participate by
Blows
and
me away
large.
why
Are
they
getting
can't
increasingly
see the
educated,
obvious
and yet
solution
their
in
birth
front
rate
of
is
them.
still declining.
Yeah,
So
they're
they're
like
fucking
stunting all
racist
these jobs.
beasts.
I do
and their
wanna-
GDP is booming and growing because, to be honest,
Because they're
because
70 years
I do-
behind us.
No,
They'll
it's-
have
I
this
do wanna-
problem.
I will tell you why
I do
it's
wanna-
booming. The reason why it's booming is because rather than allowing women to participate in the workforce at all in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait, what they do is mass migration. They bring in a whole bunch of people, particularly from like Trinidad and Tobago, they bring in all of these low-wage workers that they treat as second-class citizens to prop up their economy so
That's
that they can
true.
keep doing these things. So if you want to get women out of the workforce, you are going to have to fill it with something else, and it's not just going to be just men. The reality is, especially if it's a 50-year problem, you're creating an acute crisis where you will absolutely
You will drop the GDP. You will drop the GDP by precisely, according to even Rachel's own numbers, by 33%. Does anybody here want the GDP in the United States, the economy, to drop, the world's economy for that matter, to drop by 33%? That's worse than the 2008 financial collapse. You're going to drop it even more than that. You're an idiot.
need to just bring in way more mass migration to replace all of this. But that
Yo, true. Wait, she fucking got the solution. Fuck, dude. Not So Erudite is so based. But no, they're always going to go to the racism.
that's just the reality
They're not compatible with our culture.
of what you're prescribing for people, right? So again, birth rate going down,
Let's see. Blaster Master says, I can't wait for the Wilson kids are adults and eventually will turn on their parents publicly. It always happens with these tapes. Yo, true. Isn't it actually true that like, what was it that didn't like Destiny's kid like just become a total fascist? Like, isn't he like just like a full blown Nazi? That's fucking wild. Oh my God. That's sad. That's so sad.
I agree. Not great. We should probably try to fix that. But the conversation
Big Sean H saying, hello, you have low IQ and low T. Got him. Destroyed and liberal owned. Got him. And then he leaves.
conversation is about feminism, and you keep insisting it's feminism's fault. But again, the Gulf states easily demonstrate that it's
She's just
not.
an idiot.
Nobody looks at Kuwait and Qatar and goes, wow, the
Great
bastion
argument.
of feminism.
Literal defeater
Nobody
of her
thinks
argument.
that. Obviously. So
Also, by the way, right? Like, I don't know if you guys remember the, maybe you guys did not remember my intro that I had where I did a literal statistical standard deviation explaining mathematically how she is wrong about the feminism argument. Yet she did not address it at all because she's not college educated. She doesn't know how to address what the fuck I just said.
your narrative runs into
LOL pwned. I'm still here. Bitch boy. All right, let's look. Let's see. Big Sean H. Go to channel. Aw, darn. Yet another fucking throwaway sock puppet account. Why don't you call in if you want to have a conversation? But yet another throwaway account like all these fucking cowards are.
immediately
Clowns.
counter competing information. You talked about manufacturing. Again, manufacturing didn't get crushed because of women's push into the workforce. It got crushed by the Triffin dilemma. The US has massive trade deficits. Everyone knows this. So in this situation, when the US dollar is the global currency, everyone wants to bring business here because it's like the hot spot. It's the best place to be, and the American dollar goes far. Manufacturing gets crushed because American workers want higher wages because our cost of living is higher because everyone's bringing their business here and everyone's infusing cash all the time. You have to deal with the real economic issues that are caused.
It's just don't like you. It's just not that deep. All right, then fucking leave. Like, why are you here? Like, fucking wasting my time, loser. Here's a ban. It's $20 to get unbanned, by the way. Anyway, back to it. Where was I? Here.
Causing the issue, not just blame feminism.
Okay.
Rachel, you got 2 minutes as well?
I'll try this one more time. I'm not blaming every economic problem on feminism. I'm blaming one economic problem, the only one that matters, which is demographics.
Women having rights.
Gulf states.
There's a lot of different,
Demographic, dude, I swear to God.
They still have above replacement
Just
because all
have
the women are
immigration.
working.
They don't. They are
underrepresented.
I do the same way that
They are
Rachel didn't interrupt you in the
behind
last
us.
one. I want to give her the same.
The whole world is going this way. So all the countries that are
Let's see. Working Man says, yo, the band hammer is strong tonight. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll fucking, dude, are you fucking, if you're going to come in and just be a giant dickhead, why do I deserve to like deal with your bullshit? Fuck off. If you want to have a conversation, we'll have a conversation, but I'm not going to tolerate you just being a fucking asshole and taking a giant shit on my chat.
still above replacement, which is only a handful, are trending down. And when those people, so you said immigrants, you're right. Saudi Arabia imports their entire workforce. We're trying to do that in the West. And what happens? Number one, all the places we're trying to bring immigrants from are now getting below replacement as well. So you're running out of other people to bring over. But two, when you bring those people over from those cultures where there's no feminism into the West, within one generation, their birth rate drops to as low as the native population in the West. So you bring someone over from Pakistan where the birth rate is still like one of the highest in the world. You bring them to the UK where there's feminism. You send their daughters to college.
Let's see. First Amendment, you're giving me real 16 candles. I didn't get to go to the prom today. What is this reference? I don't know this reference. Oh, I haven't seen 16 candles. That's the problem. I'm sorry.
And send their daughters to the workforce, they also only have 1.5 children per woman. So no, my claim, you're strawmanning me again, my claim is not every economic problem is...
By the way, every single time that you hear these fucking asshole debaters, they always go, oh, you're strawmanning me. Meanwhile, no strawman ever occurred. She was just addressing the things you said. That's not a strawman.
Caused by feminism. Of course not. But the one that is caused by feminism will be the only one that matters, because if there's no people, there's no future. And you still haven't told me how you're going to combat that. How are you going to have your first world feminist utopia where the men and the women both work part-time, everyone gets to stay home, however we're going to work that, everybody gets to follow their dreams and do what they want?
I think that's called a straw man.
By the way, if you guys like this kind of progressive content, do consider liking. Hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. I appreciate y'all very much. I won't give you kissy mwah.
How do we get to do that with below replacement birth rates?
Yeah, we need
if
to solve
women
birth
are
rate.
working, they're not going to have babies, and that's the only part of my argument that matters.
Sure, yeah. I'm talking.
You're
so I
18
can
years
respond.
too late there.
I've responded to this multiple.
You know what she should do? You know what she should say? You should say, she should say, should they have more kids with 3 husbands?
Times, which again, declining birth rate is not feminism. It is modernization. This is why Saudi Arabia, as it modernizes, has a decline, which, by the way, is below replacement.
Actually
Saudi
true.
Arabia's is like 1.7 right now. So no, they're not replacing themselves. Birth rate decline is because as you modernize and give people more education, they choose to postpone marriage and they have less children as a result of it.
Yes.
It's really that simple.
That's true.
But that's not feminism. That is actually education.
It's just
that's
quality
capitalism.
living
And
standard.
it's kind of the Protestant work ethic. Because if there's any system that tells you delay gratification, hustle and work hard, make sure you're a steward of the future, it's probably something like a capitalist system with economic incentive to grow, 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 and a Protestant work ethic that says work, work, work. That's what you're actually contending with here. Does feminism have impacts on certain things? Yeah, I think it's made women particularly significantly more choosy in like their partners, for example. But if you look at these bad college women, for example, they're the group getting married more than anyone else since 2010. They are the highest population to get married. Their marriages last longer. They have a divorce rate that's way lower than everyone else, by the way. Their children are more successful. Their children contribute to the economy significantly more. I'd love to get those ladies having children more too. Let's invest in more technologies to kind of help them increase their window of IVF, but I'm sure you're opposed to that, right? There's all sorts. Let's get tax credits. Yeah, let's laugh at it. You guys want to solve the birth rate problem unless you actually have solutions that are about modernization, because you're
Yeah, the solution is very simple. You just have immigration. This is not hard. This is very quickly solved. This has been solved many, many times, and it is not hard to solve. It's totally solvable. I don't know why people think that you can't solve this. Like, it's stupid.
actual enemy here today isn't feminism, it's modernization, and we're never going back to monkey. So you may as well give up on that.
True. We're not going back to monkey based.
Okay, so first of all, you said it's a capitalism problem
Yes.
along with a modernization problem. That doesn't
Yes.
explain how communist China and communist Russia had this happen to them first before any
Modernization.
capitalist nation.
They
Because
also
in
did
communism,
strict
it
birthing
was,
controls.
Yeah, have the babies, but mainly go to work because
They
we
were
need
like
to build
against
the
having
factories
female
and
babies
everybody needs to be
specifically
a
in China.
proletariat worker, right? They experienced this before capitalist countries did, and to the biggest degree. So it can't just be capitalism. Second of all, telling women to wait to have children because IVF will be there, people who say that haven't looked into IVF and how abysmal the failure rate is. First of all,
Failure
it's
rate's
massively
very high.
expensive, and even if you
But you are aware of this when you do it.
completely subsidized it like they do in Israel, it's
And if you're not, they should be.
horrific to put women through. Have you ever had to inject yourself with a crap ton of hormones and go through all the things that you have to go through for IVF? It's miserable.
Yes.
And if you wait
But it does increase birth rate. Like it does. It does work. I know my stepmom had to go through that and she had 2 kids.
until you're 40, it has a less than 10% success rate.
And it is successful though when it does work.
About the same as conceiving naturally. It doesn't work. So telling women
No, it does work. IVF does work. It can work very well. Don't say it doesn't work because it does.
to wait for IVF is cruel and unusual punishment. It's a horrible
It's not cruel
idea.
and
I think that's
unusual
called a straw
punishment.
man.
Sometimes women are put into that
yeah.
situation. and
That's
they
a
choose
great-
to
yeah.
do that. It's not hard.
Yeah, I think.
God.
Oh, what did you call that? I
Holy
think
brain
I
rot,
think we
Batman.
call that a straw man because yeah, of course my solution that I've outlined isn't just wait for IVF. In fact, one of the things that I think most importantly has to happen is a
Immigration.
college level
Immigration.
radical reformation. Right? The idea that to just like work in mid-level HR, you need a bachelor's degree is fucking
immigration.
crazy. I'm sorry. There's no world that you need to be like Aristotle and, back of the day said that doesn't matter. What you need is more technical schools so that people can expedite, get into the
Immigration?
careers that they actually want, that are economical, that are pushing
Immigration.
our GDP. All these fluffy industries, by the way, are what makes our country dominate the world. So careful what you insult there, okay? These fluffy tech jobs, by the way, sitting there, what's more like fluffy and soy than sitting and like working at a computer? I don't know. I feel like men should be sweating, right?
This
By
is
your
not
mantra. I love men
hard to
sitting on
do.
computers, okay? You guys go off, kings.
You just
What
have
you actually need to
immigration.
talk about here is a radical reformation of the education system, which if you want to get on my leftist craziness, join me over here, okay? I'm down for it. If you want to talk about women getting maternity leave and dads getting pat leave and it being required by the company to pay for it and not the government, I'm all down for it. I want moms to stay home for like a year. I want dads to stay home for at least 6 months to a year. It's tradable between the two. I think that's awesome. Norway does it, and it's fucking awesome, by the way. Also, you want to know, before you laugh about it, the childhood outcomes of children.
Dude, imagine laughing at like just like basic rights. They're just like, oh, that's stupid. We're the richest country on planet Earth. It's like dumb to like ask for like basic inalienable rights. Oh gosh, stupid. Oh, dumb. God, stupid, dumb leftist. Don't you know that I should be working 50-hour work weeks? Obviously, especially when the kids. In fact, right after like a pregnancy, dude, I had this girl that worked at Taco Bell. She was like pregnant. She was fucking working until her 8th fucking month, bro. I was like, bro, can you just fucking go home? What the fuck, dude? That's gotta be so painful. And she's like, no, I can work. She's like, I can work. I gotta work. She's like a balloon. And like she has to work because she needs to like pay her bills, and she's sitting there fucking pregnant. I'm like, Jesus, dude, please, just fucking like one of the biggest. It's fucking PepsiCo. It's one of the biggest companies ever. Like, why is there no maternity leave? Why does that not work? That's so ridiculous.
Children whose parents get mat and pat leave, you might want to guess it's really fucking good. Yeah, they're really successful children. So I want to deal with the birth rate issue just as much as you do by radicalizing the speed of getting people from education into it. I think the tax that we put on the young in America is insane. I want boomers to stop just gobbling up all the wealth at the top and then holding on to their assets so that it's not there for anybody else. And I think the moment you make life affordable, so it's not $45,000 to have a baby, suddenly people want to have kids a lot more. That's going to be my
Based. I like her. That's based on true.
Yeah, so this is a math problem, which is why I started my opening with all those infographics for you, because you cannot subsidize your way out of this problem. In order to be able to have enough,
but okay.
We're not Norway. This is a very large country. And
well, I said private institutions would cover it. Well, you at least deal with what I'm saying. Or you can strawman. That's fine. We're doing strawman hour now. Go ahead.
You can't subsidize your way out of this. You can't just, we'll just pay for people to be able to be parents. We'll just give them infinite time off so they can spend more time. I already explained this is a math problem. When you have 1/3 of men in the country not even...
To be fair, I have seen lots of studies that do show that there's like very little impact on like people having children, even with maternity leave and paternity leave, but it is beneficial because it does help the mental health of the child when they're growing up. It's very good. It's just a good idea to do. Now, if you do, however, like want to increase like birth rates, like it's like a multifaceted approach. But yes, making it cheaper to have children is definitely a factor, but it's a very challenging effort. Honestly, the solution to fixing this is literally just immigration. Like, you don't need to force people to have kids.
Participating in the workforce, your social safety nets are already about to collapse. You cannot add paid family leave and have everybody working a part-time job and subsidize college.
The companies would do it. Wouldn't be a social. It's specifically the companies that are paying for it.
For everyone. This is what started the problem. The smart countries that are going to still be here and are going to be dominating in the future, I would wager, are the ones who are going to prioritize producing actual goods, including things like food.
Service-based economies are the strongest economies on planet Earth.
Their own power. They will have energy independence. That's all.
She's just coming up with this out of her ass.
Male-dominated industries. The smart countries are going to say, hey, ladies, here's some incentive for you to stay out of the workforce early on in life. Have a family. We're going to make women staying home and raising their own children the affordable thing, not some kind of weird government subsidy where mommy and daddy both work, but you get a bunch of government subsidized time off for like the first year or two of your child's life. I don't know if you know this, but they live long.
Let's see. Forever Rain says, Amender, when did you debate Jovan? That was so long ago, bro, and he was so tiny at that time. And honestly, I think he did better on the debate than I did. So there's an instance where I can say that I lost that debate. A lot of people say that I don't say that I lose my debates, but I do say when I actually lose a debate that I lost a debate. Logically, right? Not from a rhetoric standpoint. I think like rhetoric is total fucking bullshit. It's just emotional garbage. It doesn't have any basis in reality.
Longer than a year or two. They still need you when they get older. So
My died young, unfortunately.
it would be a lot smarter, rather than to just double down on all the shit that has caused all the problems, to say, maybe this was the wrong approach, and maybe looking into the future, we should prioritize long-term stability and make families independent of the government, rather than continue to double down on government's your daddy policies.
Gotcha.
Actually, it's her making the argument for the government or daddy policies, right? Because she's not making the argument that you must have children and make babies and be stay-at-home mom, or forcing women to like go to work. None of that is happening. That's only on Rachel's side. So it's literal projection.
So speaking of fluffy dream worlds, oh my goodness. Honestly, Rachel, I want to live in your fan fiction utopia too. It sounds fucking awesome. How are you going to do that though? Because it seems like, you know, if you want your economy to be successful and booming, it seems like the countries who are best at it went, well, we definitely want all people who are best at human capital to be in the spaces that they're most efficient at. It seems like, we've done things like we've tried to have comparative advantages. So we go, why have one woman at home teach 2 kids when that same woman who's really talented teacher can teach 15 kids, and that other woman who is now not teaching her kids because another woman that is wonderful and that we've regularly and we trust is teaching her children, and that woman can go and do something else successful in whatever way that she
some of you guys complain a lot about the meta rather than actual substance.
Okay?
Very
never
true.
knock brownies
Absolutely
until you've
true.
tried one, right? But when we're talking about
Who
the
hasn't tried
affordability,
brownies?
if you're talking about the affordability crisis, how are you proposing to solve it? Because I'm putting forward real answers, like, for example, tax credits. So tax credits for anything having to do with child rearing. Make anything associated, diapers, for example. Make it tax credit. That's not the taxpayer paying for it. That means you don't have to pay extra for it, right? All these things can be helped to make it more affordable to have a children. I'm down for that. What is your fanfic utopian dream process of economy where women aren't working and aren't getting educated, but we're maintaining a competitive global GDP?
Forcing women to not be able to work, of course.
First of all, it's not women can't work. It's mothers should be. Mothers
Forcing
already
women to
have
not be
a
able to work.
job.
Let's go.
They don't need a second job.
They don't want women to have working.
Yes,
no working for women.
Technology now. That doesn't mean you can automate
It's
motherhood.
bad
That doesn't
when
mean you
women
can
have
replace it or
autonomy.
outsource it.
Autonomy bad for women.
We should be investing. So like I said, we have this 1/3 of American men who are not in the workforce because they don't see any reason to be. They've been told they're bad, they're toxic, they're never going to get a woman, and they're never going to have a future anyway. So just play World of Warcraft. Why not? Get on government.
I have no idea why she thinks this. This is just like there's just like a lot of old men. Like there's a lot of old men. There's a lot of people who are they're like going through college. They're like doing other things. They are not doing what she thinks. That they're just playing World of Warcraft all day. It's just stupid.
Subsidy for your ADHD and your autism, which you're all self-diagnosed with from being on TikTok all day. How about we incentivize young men who we desperately need in the trades? We need young men in the trades so bad.
By the way, if you want to destroy back, go into the trades. Now, I'm not saying that trades are bad inherently, but I am saying if you have the opportunity to get college educated, seriously, do it. Trust me, it's likely better. Okay, but listen, if you want to go into the trades, nothing against it. I'm not going to knock you for it. I'm just saying, like, this de-emphasis on college is literally the destruction of society. Having a less educated population is way worse than an educated population, period. So go to college. Seriously.
Way cheaper.
People with a college degree make more money than people without a college degree. Period. That is the reality. Okay. In general, that's the case. Is it possible that somebody who's, goes to trades, they end up doing better? Sure. That's possible. I guess like if you got like a degree that's not very marketable, maybe that's possible. In general though, people who go to college make more money. It's true.
To train them to do the trades than to send them to university. So how about instead of paying them to go to university, giving them $100,000, to
like
go
my
get some
idea.
shitty degree?
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
you,
radical
you send them
educational
to
reform.
tech schools to learn the trades,
It's not a
and
shitty
then
degree. It would be good.
imagine how much money you can save when mom stays home. You don't have to pay for a second vehicle. You're not paying income tax from her wages. You don't
You would actually make more money by having anyway, whatever.
have to pay daycare, which makes up
Dumbass.
25% of the average American household's expenses, by
We already come across this, right? The Boys and Girls Club is not that expensive.
the way. You're saving like 35% just by mom staying home if dad has a great, good paying job in infrastructure and the trades, which we desperately need anyway, instead of letting Jose come across the border and do it illegally.
Man, it's so interesting, Rachel. You're so much smarter. It's really impressive. First of all, base for taking my idea. I'm glad we're vibing over that one. Radical education reformation. We can all just get behind that one. Like, we don't even need to be mad about that. And I'm with you on that one. Okay, so it's very miraculous how Rachel, in her own divine wisdom, in her own lifetime, has arrived at a economic and societal structural system that I guess nobody's ever thought of before. Like, why hasn't anyone ever tried that? Oh wait, we
Because
fucking
he's an
did.
idiot.
We actually did try this thing where it's actually more economic for women to stay at home. It's not actually. The reason why women enter the workforce in almost
Opportunity
most areas
cost.
of global GDP is
Opportunity
because when you
cost.
increase the local labor force that is highly educated, you do better in the GDP participation.
Whoa,
Sorry,
no
that's
way,
just a
stop,
fact. That's
no
just
way,
the reality
what?
of human capital. We had the borrowing mothers.
Opportunity
We had-
cost. Wait, based on opportunity cost? What? No way. It turns out when people are more educated, their life gets better? Stop. No way. Anyway, for those who are not aware, what opportunity cost is the value of the next best alternative you give up when you make a choice. So let's say, for example, you can make like either choice A or choice B in a situation. Choice A is like you can clean your house, or B, you could like watch like a bunch of reruns of Breaking Bad. So at the aspect, you want to clean your house, but you also want to watch a bunch of reruns of Breaking Bad. So at the cost of cleaning your house comes at the cost of Breaking Bad. You don't get to watch Breaking Bad. So you kind of lose some enjoyment there. Instead, you have a clean house. Now, but if you watch Breaking Bad, that comes at the opportunity cost of having a clean house. So all things have these opportunity costs. Like, you could be spending all your time at home and taking care of the kids, but this comes at the opportunity cost of working. And oftentimes people, like, GDP is just better off. Quality of living is just better off when more people are in the workforce as opposed to less. It just creates more products.
Added from the
Products and
1910s
services.
to the 1930s. There was marriage bars. And what happened is we got into war. And we were like, oh, fuck, we kind of need them now. We bring them into war. And then all of a sudden, it's a proof of concept. Women can actually be incredibly powerful forces. They were the ones pushing the manufacturing. It is the manufacturing labor of women during the war that thrust America into the golden age of that economic boom and allowed us to negotiate to become the global reserve currency, which I know you seem to not know anything about economics because you poo-pooed at the gold standard.
Just clean your house while watching Breaking Bad, Amanda. Duh. Yo, true. Actually true. But with that being said, you get my point, right? I hope you understand. Okay, whatever.
Changing, which is crazy bad economic theory, by the way. But just
It is
so
bad
it's clear,
economic theory.
when America became the global reserve currency, that was like the game change. You want to know why you're the dominant country now? It's that. It's that thing specifically.
In fact, this was also true during the Islamic Golden Age. The Islamic Golden Age was able to exist because most Middle Eastern countries were allowing women to work, whereas it was strictly forbidden in medieval society across Europe. And as a result, because they had basically doubled their workforce, they increased their overall GDP and their overall productive capacity to a much higher extent than that of the rest of the world. And so there was the quote unquote Islamic golden age, literally because women had the ability to work. This is true. I'm not making this
because
up.
all of the nations got together and they were like, who do we think will be most reliable and stable and boom in the next coming future? And it was fucking America, baby. So this idea of, well, why don't we just try this? Thank you, I appreciate it. This new economic system that nobody's ever thought of. We did, and we moved away from it
And
because it
it
was
sucked.
more efficient to do other
Look
things.
at dude. I just love. She's sitting there like, I don't like you saying that. I hate it because I don't have a college education. You're stupid, dumb poo-poo head. I don't like you. I'm sorry. Okay.
Things.
Kick it over, Rachel. 2 minutes.
So I'm not sure that it was more.
Holy shit, it's actually 10:26. I gotta start getting ready for bed. Did you guys like this? I had fun. Wow, I had fun. I had so much fun. I hope you guys had fun. I had fun. Hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed. Hit the like button if you liked what I had to offer. We got more videos coming. If you're not, shit, what's the next debate? I don't know. We got another debate coming. I got to pull up my email to see the exact debate. I believe I'm going to be showing up on the Speakeasy podcast talking about some bullshit. I don't fucking know. I don't remember. I got to pull it up. All right, everybody. You have a great rest of your night. I don't know. I'm probably going to hang out on the Discord for a bit. If you guys want to hang out, discord.gg/ at 1ST amender. No, sorry. FIRST amender. Discord.gg/ FIRST amender. You could join. I like the animation hate towards the Wilsons, but besides that, it was chill. Like the animation. Yes, I very much dislike the Wilsons. Anyway,